I've been having dreams, jumping on a trampoline, flipping in the air. I never land, just float there. As I'm looking up, suddenly the sky erupts. Flames that light the trees, spread to fallen leaves. Now they're right upon me. Wait if I'm on fire. How am I so deep in love? When I dream of dying, I never feel so loved. I've been having tripping and falling. I've been having dreams. I've been having dreams. Splashing in the summer stream, tripping, I fall in. I wanted it to happen. My body turns to ice, crushing weight of paradise. Solid block of gold, lying in the cold. I feel right. Wait if I'm on fire. How am I so deep in love? When I dream of dying, I never feel so loved. Wait if I'm on fire. How am I so deep in love? When I dream of dying, I never feel so loved. Wait
I just got back and this song was playing. I have no idea what this song is. And I don't know if I like it or not. It reminds me so much of like LA. This is such like, yeah. Interesting. Welcome in. I'm Ricky Ransom. Hope everyone's having a great, I guess weekend starts now, right? It's weird. My work schedule has been switched up and now my Fridays I'm working like way more hours and I get wiped out. And it's annoying. It's just like, come on, bro. Let's go. Let's get it together. You know what I mean? But we're chilling. We're good. We're happy to be here. We've made quite a bit of progress on our character on last Epoch, so that's a dub. I've just been farming like what would happen is typically I get home, I like take my pre-workout. Well, I do whatever I have to do at home. Help people out if they need help. What is this? And then what I'll do is I'll get ready to work out and I'll take my pre-workout or like whatever, just be like kind of relaxing for a bit before I go work out. And then I'll hop on for like an hour and just run a couple of these, I forget what they're called. Echoes inside the monoliths, inside the whatevers. So yeah, we finished quite a few of them. I think we were at like 70 last time, but I also switched up the build. So you'll see this build is so much better. The lightning javelin, no matter how hard I wanted it to work, it just isn't. It just doesn't. It's really weird. There's a couple things about it that I don't love, but I think the biggest thing for me was, well, not the biggest. Well, let's break it down. Yo, what's up? Control Alt Dad. Sorry, I just saw that. So, what ended up happening is with the lightning javelin, obviously you have to like aim a lot more. Here, there we go. I can turn that down. You have to aim a lot more, and it's kind of got a delay because you throw the javelin up in the sky and. Yeah, so it was just like, and it uses a ton of mana. There was just a lot of things I was running into, and then I couldn't find any of the idols that I needed, which was ironic because when I switched to this one, I found like 3 of the idols that are kind of best in slot for this build pretty quickly because they're not as rare. But now with this ability, you just like run through and you're just casting healing hands on yourself, so you're generating a ton of ward, and on top of that, you just never die. Like you basically become invincible. The only pitfall for this, yeah, you're good. I'm sorry, I apologize, Control. The only pitfall for this build is the single target damage isn't very high. But since like I never even really get close to dying, it just means it takes more time to kill bosses. And there's ways, like there's abilities, especially if you have all your sigils up and you use this volatile reversal, you end up, it like does a debuff. I don't really even understand how this works. Maybe I should learn that. Because there's something to do with it that casts a debuff on enemies. It's one of these side abilities. But yeah, so you just cast this on them, and it also increases your cast speed so that you can cast quicker. So that's typically what I do when I run into bosses. But like, it's just so much easier with this build because these divine bolts or whatever they're called just seek out. They just seek out the enemy. So even enemies that are off screen, they just keep going like even further off screen. Yeah, Yeah, I know. I found this because you're the one who recommended that I try Last Epoch tools, right? And I found this build on there from this content creator, Perry the Pig. And it had, like, first of all, I was just looking for another version of the build that I was already using. And there was another one that was, like, kind of similar, but every build that I was looking at, like, recommended Healing Hands, because apparently Healing Hands is kind of broken right now in Last Epoch, because, well, there's two things you can do. Here, I'll show you the first thing with Healing Hands. I don't know how I got another skill for this, another skill point. There's this ability somewhere where you generate, I don't know where it is. Oh, ward. So it makes it so you can, like, basically just generate infinite ward. And it's a broken ability in the game. But with Healing Hands, the way that it works is it also generates, like, it's healing yourself. And so then if you have gear on, like I have these gloves I found, that you're constantly losing health, but then you're constantly gaining ward. And then it's like multiplicative. So your health, your, whatever, what is it called? Healing. Let me find something that actually, healing effectiveness is multiplicative with ward generation. So you end up just like generating a ton of ward. Even if you have low health, you don't really ever have to worry about it. And so, yeah, then I found this build that was kind of related, and it honestly looks way more similar to what I was looking for from the Javazon Diablo 2 style. It's broken, yeah. Yeah, so every build I saw had Healing Hands, first of all, just because it's a really useful buff, which was interesting because none of the Paladin builds on, or at least none of the ones I looked on max roll had Healing Hands. Like, they were putting a lot more emphasis in other buffs, because that's the thing about the Sentinel is they're just kind of like the buff gods. Like, they just have a ton of buffs. So it's one of the easier builds to play with, is what I've gathered from people, because you have so many ways of keeping yourself alive, and you just have these like passive buffs that are happening. You don't even have to cast it. You can cast it and get a damage boost and increase healing, but you don't really even need to, and it's like protecting you. So there's like a lot of different things about it that are, but like, I'm under leveled. I'm at 83 and I'm running level 90 echoes and I'm just cruising through it. Like, it's not even a thing, you know? So it is kind of insane how much, what is that? Where's that coming from? Oh, over here. So it is kind of insane how much better this is than last time, because before I felt like the biggest thing I was getting annoyed with the other build was just running out of mana. And there was no amount of mana generation that I could get. And then I found someone on YouTube that had like a really good lightning javelin build, or electrify javelin, whatever they call it. And even he was like talking about, he was like super endgame, and he was just talking about, yeah, the only pitfall about this build is you're just like mana. It's just, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you can't, there's not enough items to generate enough like mana. And so yeah, I just don't like when you have to worry about that nonstop, to be honest. Yeah, NATO Sham. Okay, so what, wait, the Shaman. So I'm trying to like understand a lot of the classes, because I feel like in my Diablo world, they've all been kind of like composed into similar frameworks, whereas with this game, it's totally different. So it's like, for me, if I hear like Primalist, I don't even know what that is. What's the base class? Because like, obviously the base class for this is like a Sentinel, but in other games you would call this character a Paladin. And so then you have like a Shaman. Primalist is a base class. Okay, so is that like the Druid, quote unquote? The Primalist is like, and so is Shaman part of Primalist? There's got to be somewhere that will explain this, like, without you having to walk me step through step. Cause like I'm almost at the point, and this is one of the things I will mention about this game that I've learned so far. Cause now I was just looking at it. My numbers are pretty crazy. Cause I've been really enjoying it, and I've been trying to get some good gear whenever I have free time. So I'll hop on for like an hour here, hop it on for like a half an hour. Like on my lunch break, I'll come home and play for a little bit. Just and run a couple echoes or monoliths or whatever. So I've really enjoyed it. But yeah, I have 140 hours now. So like that's like a decent amount of time in a game as like a starter. But yeah, so one of the things I have noticed is the end game, this like end game loop that I'm in right now. There is something about it that is not super like engaging, and I don't know why, but there's not like for instance in and I'm always going to use this as a reference because it's the game that I played and it's the ARPG I have the most experience with. But like in Diablo 2 or Diablo 2 Resurrected is really where the one that I played the most of. You have things that you can do, like for instance, there's like runes that are very valuable. So like if you want to spend an entire night just farming runes, then you just go do that. You like go to specific areas and farm runes, and you get runes, and then you can trade those for other items that you need, or you can make awesome rune words. You can do things like that. Then there's like the unique items. There's like the similar where like in this game you have the really rare unique items that you're looking for. But then you can like target farm those items, so you can go to specific areas where you know they have an increased chance of dropping. And so then like for instance, if you're just looking for one item, you can really just focus on trying to find that one item. And then other than that, you also have stuff like the Uber bosses, where you're gathering materials, so you have to go farm areas to get the materials to like go and do the Uber bosses. Then once you do the Uber bosses, you're getting these really super rare items that are like have a ton of RNG. So like you want to farm a ton of the materials so you can do multiple runs of the Uber bosses. And you know, there's just like there's all these different things that you can like really hyper focus on. And then with this, it just feels like, so you can do like the Sanctum, you know, Temporal Sanctum, or I don't know what the other one is called. And those are all right. They're like, they kind of drag on in my opinion. They kind of take too long for something that doesn't need to take as long. Or you're just doing these echoes and it's like, there just doesn't seem like there's enough. And this game is still super young, so there's like a ton of opportunity for them to increase. It's an indie studio, I understand that as well. So I think the base of what they have right now is like way better than most games that I start playing. But there's just a lot more that they can do on this. Primalist, then Druid Shaman. Okay, awesome, because there's 3 specs you can go. Oh, I see. Yeah, so like for this, you go into, oh, I guess it'll be by passives. You can go into the Paladin or the Forge Guard or the Void Knight. Okay, I see. You're almost 500. Wait, 500. That's your, what is that called? You're like your corruption? Oh, 500 hours. Okay. Yeah, that's insane. But like, that's the thing, is it is enjoyable. But like at this point, I'm at level, what am I, 83? And so I'm pretty close to like a maxed out character. And the gear that I have is all right. Like there's definitely better stuff that I could get, but not, and who knows, because I don't have the gear yet. So it could be considerably better, but I just feel like any gear that I get from here on out, like I'm in a pretty good place. So it's not like, I think I could survive through the, like, basically as far as I want to go with the gear that I have. So I don't have a huge incentive to be like trying to really grind to get this insane gear. So now it's like the next thing is like, okay, well, should I just start another build, you know? And that's always good. I think that's one of the big advantages that this game has over games like Diablo is I've always felt like the way that all the Diablo games have been constructed is that they don't have enough like solid builds or like so that variety. And that means that like if you're not playing with one of the 5 builds that are like the meta builds, you're not going to enjoy your time unless you're someone that just really enjoys that like grindy aspect of it where you constantly have to be like trying and locked in. And I don't, you know, at least right now, I don't want that because I just don't have enough time to be playing the game and really focused on that. So it's like when I do get on and I stream for 4 or 6 or 8 hours or whatever, whenever I'm lucky, I get 8 hours. But, and then in my free time, it's just like, yeah, I just hop it on for like 1 or 2 hours a day. And then, you know, cause I don't want to be spending all day doing it anyway. And I just don't have the time right now. So my next thought is like, well, maybe I should just start a new build, but I do really enjoy this. I like this one so far, but there are some cool items that I've been finding that I'd be like, ooh. And I need to watch more videos too to kind of see what we have option wise. Increase physical damage over time. The other thing is the idols. I wish that there was a couple things that they could change about the idols, because just starting off, I am like your first instinct, because you don't find a ton of idols very early on, but you do find like it's pretty consistent throughout the game. Even when you're low level, it seems like you're finding idols all the time. And there's so many different affixes that can roll on them, but they're not like categorized, for instance. So it's like you would think, and I don't know if this would be better or worse, but it just seems like there should either idols should be more rare. Like I feel like that would be better if like you weren't just, because like for instance, now I find I've got so many idols now that I just like leave most of them on the ground, because I'm just like, if I pick all of them up, you're just gonna fill up 10 stash tabs. And then a lot of the ones you do find have things that are kind of like counterproductive. Like it'll be like just a boost of something that you kind of want. Like for instance, if you want damage over time, and then the one underneath it will be like 2% necrotic damage or something. You're like, well, that like the damage over time isn't good enough to take with just such a bad secondary one. So it feels like the good idols are super rare, but all the other idols drop so often that it kind of is like annoying. Whereas I think it should, if they could like switch it up a little bit, where you have just idols in general are more rare and they just have better affixes, like just typically, or like in groups where it's like a healing idol where that has healing effectiveness and health regeneration on it, or has, you know, like dodge rating and like chance to block or something, where there are things that are kind of more related. Because a lot of times, but I ended up finding these were the ones that, this one in particular was the one that I couldn't find for my lightning javelin build. And that's the irony behind it, of course, is that once I finally switched over to this build, I had been spending, you know, like a week trying to get at least one of these, because one of the main things I think is you have to have these where it casts smite, and I couldn't find one anywhere, and they're super rare. And then I ended up finding like 2 or 3 of them over the last couple of days. So that was fun, because I was just like, of course, that's kind of the way it always goes. There's the other one, 8% chance. So yeah, there is a ton of potential for them to switch some of this stuff. You're going to leave a lot on the ground. Yeah, I'm learning that, but it's like there's so many things, and that's where you have to find the balance with games like these, because there's so many items, like when you have a robust crafting system where you have the potential to get like some of the best items in the game by just crafting them yourself that aren't necessarily like unique items that drop. But that also means that you end up having to spend so much time just looking at these pieces of gear, and then like also trying to keep in mind that you might find something that doesn't really have a lot of the affixes that you want, but it has a lot of forge potential. Because something that I kind of have forgot about is I found an item that'll have like one really good affix that I want, not paying attention that it only has like 20 forge potential. And then I start like using all my glyphs or all my shards on it to upgrade it. And then I like, it just loses all of its forge potential. And then you're basically, so I just like invested all these resources into an item that is now not good enough. Like, you know, the forging potential I think is cool, but it would be cool if there was like, and maybe there's a way that you can, add forging potential with like a specific rune or glyph or something. Like if you find one of those items and you get really lucky rolls on the first two, but then you run out of forging material or forging potential, that would make it so like, because then you're just like searching for these items and like it gets a little exhausting to the point where I'm almost like just want to set on like uniques only and just like not even worry about it. But the one thing about this build is if you aren't paying attention for like 30 seconds, you can die really quickly. So you have to keep that in mind too, because it's all based on having your like sigils up that are regenerating health and thus building ward. And then you have to cast this to really get your ward build up to have protection. Otherwise you're just like sitting there with like 100 ward and like 200 health. And you just die real quick. Ward is king, yeah. Yeah, they had a mechanic kind of similar to this in Diablo 2, and it was called Mana Shield, I think. Or it might have been called Mana Ward, I don't know. But it was where you like just like boosted your mana a ton so that you would regenerate a ton of mana, and you just had a huge pool of it, and then it would use your mana as a shield, and it was like one of the strongest classes. The light Nova Sorceress, Lightning Nova Sword. But it's like hard because you're way more focused on managing your resources when you have a build like that. And it's kind of similar like this, but like that irony is when you cast Healing Hands, I don't know why, it just doesn't use any mana. So like these, like casting my sigils and like all of my other abilities basically cost mana, but my main damage ability doesn't. So mana isn't really an issue, which I'm glad, because when you don't have ways of recovering your mana instantly, like mana potions don't exist in games anymore. And so that just means you have to be like, I just don't like builds when you can't fight. I'd rather have a weaker build that doesn't run out of mana than a stronger build that you're constantly running out of mana. Yeah. Yeah, it is good. So what would you recommend, like, for instance, if I decided I wanted to try out another class or like another build, what are your like top 3 that you think are like the most fun? Or like just the ones that you would recommend? because there are, I like with the way that their skill trees work and their passive abilities, it gives you so many options to make like different builds. And even different builds within the same build, like where you have like the same base damage source, but then you switch a couple of your passives up and it can like totally change all the way that you do damage. Or like this Divine Bolt ability is actually one of the main ways I get it is a passive. Is it? Yeah, this. So Divine Bolt fires extra projectiles, and then this one where you cast Divine Bolt on melee hit. And then there's another skill inside Healing Hands, which allows it to be cast from Healing Hands. But like when I didn't have enough points into Divine Bolt, and I didn't understand, at first I didn't understand that my health, because the way Healing Hands works is or the way the Divine Bolt works with Healing Hands, is it only casts Divine Bolt if you are healing yourself. You can cast Healing Hands without healing yourself, but it won't trigger the Divine Bolt. So then I realized that I found these gloves where I'm like, because I wasn't ever getting hurt before. I didn't have as much ward, but I wasn't ever like taking that much damage because you're constantly healing yourself with Healing Hands. And so my health was never low enough, and I just wasn't casting Divine Bolt. And then I figured out that I need to have something that's draining my health constantly, otherwise it won't cast it. And stuff like that is cool too, to kind of just figure out on your own. I like that. Okay, increase damage over time. Necro, Wraithlord, Marksman, Falconer. Okay. I'm running a Marksman now. They're fun, high mobility, great DPS. Oh, hell yeah. And Marksman is a type of rogue, correct? That's not good enough. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, let's check it out. Are you level 100? Heck yeah. Wait, how do I get to you? Oh, I have to click on you, don't I? There we go. Ooh, I like that. Whatever that ability is. And then you have little bees following you. I love that. You have, do they count as minions? I want to know if there's a solid druid build, even though it's probably not called druid or whatever, but a build where you can have a bunch of animals. Because that was one of the things with Diablo 2, is that the druid, you could summon animals, but they never came up with like a solid build where it could do enough damage to be like fun. Oh yeah, that's pretty sick. just cruising. Yeah, having the mobility is nice too. Being able to just zoom through this. Because that's one of the things I hate about the lunge ability for the Paladin. Is that you need an enemy to aim at to lunge. Drives me nuts. Wait. Those were from a thing, right? You didn't cast those? Choose an echo reward. Choose one of 2 randomized. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I like that. That is pretty dope. And you do a ton of elemental damage as well, right? Yo, what's up, Third Temple? How you doing? Good to see you. No, I throw the mins and they detonate. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I appreciate it. It was cool to see your class, though, for sure, because I like that. I like elemental damage. I like the flashy stuff happening. And I like that it's different, too. It's not like you're just casting the same ability over and over again. Like, what my class... Like, I like the way this one looks, but you're kind of just doing the same thing the whole time. But, yeah, so that I like that it gives you those options. Okay, so we are in Age of Winter. So let's see if I look at it. Okay, cool. Yeah. Here, let me... How do I do that? I need to go to... I'm just worried that it's going to... Yeah, tell you can't send links. It's all good. Here, I still get the link, though, on my side. Or actually... Let me see. Here, this is what I'm gonna do instead, actually. Give me 1 sec. Wonder if it'll let you... I know there's a way to do it where I can send... Yeah. Like, there's a way that there's a command, but I've switched my, like, bot services, chat bot services, because I was using Stream Labs for a long time, but then I switched to just regular OBS for my... What do you even call that? Like, your DAW, but it's not your DAW. I don't know what's happening on my screen. Am I still part of your party? Okay. I don't know what's happening. I'm going back to the end of time. So yeah. Let me see here. It is permit, but I don't know. So here's what's annoying about Streamlabs as well. if you don't log into Streamlabs like every so often, it just like automatically disconnects from your stream. So it's really annoying because like, yeah, why are we doing this? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get why it just like automatically turns off your cloud bot. So if I turn it on, go to commands. Let's see if I can make it work. We're gonna go over here, do exclamation mark permit at, and we'll see if it works. There we go. But yeah, I just need to redo all of my commands and just get them all in one place. Because right now I have like Streamlabs sending out notifications and commands, and then I have stream elements, and then I have to use this thing from Restream so that I can stream in 2 places at once, and it has its own chatbot too. So then I have that, the Botrix or whatever chatbot from that. So I just have too much going on, to be honest, in the stream. But that did work, so I gotta go work an event tomorrow. Oh, you gotta go. Sorry, I just saw that. What kind of event are you doing for Parks and Rec? Okay. Let's get back to it. Well, that gives me some ideas, Control, for builds, because I like that one. I do want to try the... It's got to be something with Beastmaster, right? Beginner. How can we... find a way to like end game? Melee minions. This is the other thing that I was worried about, is that these builds, because the like I don't like really hybrid builds either. So like if I wanted to do like a shape-shifting build where you turn into like a werewolf or werebear or something, that's all I want it to be. Then if I wanted to do like a summon build, that's kind of all I want it to be. I don't want to be like having to hit enemies and summoning, like attacking enemies and summoning things, like worrying about those 2 things at the same time. At least when I'm streaming, like, because when I'm streaming, I want to be able to not have to be paying 100% attention so that I can stay engaged with the stream and still like interact and have conversations and stuff. Because I've learned over time that what happens a lot is that like I'll be talking about something and then I'll get distracted because like I have to lock in for a certain moment, and then I totally just like stop talking about whatever I was talking about. I don't finish the conversation or finish the thought. It's unrealistic in what sense? Just because it has a bunch of like crazy endgame gear? Getting with the rolls. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, is like even this build that I'm using right now we only have, like I said, the gear I have is not, it's really not even close to what is recommended. Like, I can show you the build, and then, so you have an idea of like how far off I am from what I should have, but like just finding items that are close enough or that have some of like the main things that you really need, it's still a super solid build. Because like, here, let's see, I want to look just because it'll be funny. I don't think I have one item slotted that's like the recommended item for the build. But the difference is with this build, I can play without having all of the gear, like the exact gear that you need, and still do damage. Whereas with the lightning javelin, it was like if you didn't have exactly what you needed, it just felt like it wasn't even good, like close to good enough. Yeah, so I have, this ring is the only ring I have that is recommended. Here, I'll show you this build. No, and you don't need it either. I don't have what he has. Yeah. Yeah, because I even, like, I did one of my first legendary, like, rolls where I tried to get, you know, a legendary roll. And maybe I don't fully understand how this works. Is it, like, just a completely random affix that it throws on the item? Or is it, like, based on the affixes that are on the exalted item? So for instance, for like if I was doing the offhand catalyst in this, even though they're not the same thing, we could do this, the relic. So is it like it'll randomly pick one of those 3 affixes and then throw it on there with it, or is it just a completely random roll of affixes? Because that's where I was kind of confused. And it wasn't like it was a huge investment, you know. You can do this basically as many times as you have those temporal sanctum keys, but and I wanted to try it just because I haven't done it yet. No, the item you put on it picks the stats from that. Okay. So it just randomly picks. But then, yeah, that's another like weird, super crazy RNG thing, because what I was thinking is that I could take this item because it has 2 of the affixes, or like the less affixes that are not affixes you want, then the higher chance that you get the affix you do want. So I thought that like by taking an exalted item with 3 affixes, if like 2 of them are decent that I'd be happy with, then that would work. But then you need an exalted item with 4 affixes. So you already have to find like a kind of broken exalted item that has all affixes that you want first, and then you take that, and then it's still just random. But that's why having like higher legendary potential is so much more valuable, because then you just have higher odds of getting the ones that you really want. And you need 4 stats, yeah. So that was, I was pretty frazzled by that, because I was just like, I thought I was kind of beating the system. I'm like, oh, I'll just take an item with less, because you get exalted that have the 3 affixes sometimes. And so like I was like, oh, maybe for once that's like a bonus, only having 3. And no, it doesn't work. So my trick to try to beat the system didn't work either. Because the other thing you could do is technically, if you I found this out too, the rune of removal, it randomly removes one of the affixes. So this was like something I was gonna get deep into the weeds with this, of like just like fully like tricking the game into giving me the affix that I wanted. Because it'll randomly remove one of the affixes, but as long as you keep the exalted affix, so like that cold resistance, as long as you keep cold resistance, it'll still stay exalted, even though it'll only have 1 affix. So that was something else I figured out. Like I'm telling you, I got way deep in the weeds with that. I was like thinking about all these different ways I could like, and then I got there and realized that it has to have 4 affixes, and I was like, oh great. So all that like theory crafting I was doing was for nothing. That's great. It's great. Don't even worry about it. Okay. Oh, that's a good point. That way, yeah. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Okay, well now I know. But I need to find, because like, this isn't the relic that I need, or that's like recommended for the build. The one is, it's called Soulfire. And yeah, having that legendary potential is a really cool, like, I like that they have the Weaver's Will. I like that they have legendary potential. Because it just means that like there's more value and there's different ways of getting these really awesome items, especially like early on uniques where you could get, you know, like I got these gloves that I was using until I was like level 70 I got them when I was like level 10 or 15 or something. And then they had Weaver's Will on them, so then they rolled these bonus stats as well. And having that makes it really cool, because then you can basically get these like end game type items super early on. But it also means that like the odds of getting what you want are so much lower, because there's just so many chances. There's so much potential for really awesome items, but then also just like 10 times the potential for getting items that are completely useless to you. We just need to play together till a resonance. Wait, what is resonance? A rune? Is that a type of rune? Because if it is... Oh no, maybe I was thinking of the rune of research or something. You need those to trade. Oh, so I'm not in the class, the trading. I actually have not been to that place in forever. I should, yeah. After I finish this echo, I need to go check on my, whatever that thing is called. The observatory. Because I have not been there in probably 30 to 40 levels. So I can't trade yet, but I can always switch to that other faction, I think, right? There's no like requirements. Oh, interesting. Yeah, apparently that's a mechanic I don't know in the game. Boom. When you get in a rhythm with this build, it can be pretty quick though. Oh wow. Oh shit. Speak of the devil. That's crazy actually. So now we have 2 items for the build that we need. Let's see what we want, what stats. Related ability. Is there a way to make that like stay so I can... Oh, there we go. I don't know what I just did. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, having the 2 LP. What's the highest you can get? Is it 3 on items or is it 2? It's got to be 3, right? Oh, 4. That's insane. Okay, so why would we want this? Because that's another thing I'm trying to do is like better understanding of why I'm doing things instead of just copying and pasting and not like thinking about it. So obviously we get a higher chance to ignite, which is awesome. Because our Divine Bolt does fire damage and has chance to ignite already. And then increase damage to ignite, or no, increase chance to ignite with fire skills and necrotic skills. Increase fire damage if you've killed an enemy recently. That's awesome. 100% increase armor while ignited. Okay, so that has to do with another item that ignites yourself, which sometimes I don't understand why you want these things until like it kind of just comes together. But which one is it that ignites yourself? Fire Trail. Wait. Chance to ignite yourself when you use a fire or necrotic skill. Okay, so that's for the belt. Immolator's Oblation. Yeah. Interesting. So I'm assuming this all stacks with itself. So you want to ignite yourself because then having this means that you're going to do... You're just going to have 100% more armor. And then I'm sure there's another unique item that has an ability. And then like you're gaining ward too. Like I'm never at risk of dying right now. So it's not like that big a deal if I am ignited occasionally. Okay, so I have these gloves, but what do the gloves do that are going to really help me? Because I have the ones the like ones that they recommend, these ones. But I needed to put on these ones because they have the chance of health loss per second, whereas these ones don't. Because I need to get lucky with the roll. Like I need to find a bunch of these and roll them till we get health loss per second. But I thought I had 2 pairs of them. Maybe I sold the other ones because they had lower stats or something. More ignite stack on you, more damage. Of current health. Chance to apply shred on hit. That's also interesting. What is attunement? No, you're good. You're good. Control. Don't even worry about it. But that is one thing that I have been trying to figure out because I see attunement all the time and I don't fully understand what attunement means. And I don't think it's really described in... Maybe it is. Maybe I just haven't been looking at it. Attunement. Each point of attunement grants 2 mana and improves your skills that rely on... Yeah, see, I hate these like super vague descriptions. Improve skills that rely on the innate magic inside you and your surroundings. So, but I'm guessing because of the fact that it's recommended for this build that it's going to be that specific spell that I'm using is beneficial. Yeah. And those gloves in particular rely a ton on attunement because you have like you have plus 12 attunement. And I think there's actually one of my like maybe one of my passives that has to do with attunement. where it's like the higher your attunement, the more damage you do or something. Okay, but we have that one. So now we need to start looking for relics, exalted relics that we can use, preferably with increased cast speed and increased healing effectiveness. And if we don't have that, like this one, where did I put that? Did I put that in my... Where did that go? A boo pit? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That's if you're running bleeding. Yeah. Yeah, because they're with a lot of the other Paladin builds, they wanted gloves that scale on bleeding. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. I don't know where I put that exalted relic that I was carrying around forever that I was using as an example before. I might have sold it on accident. No? Maybe I dropped it somehow. That's weird. Okay, so yeah, either way, I just need to find an exalted relic that we can start working with. Like this is a good one because it only has 3 stats on it, so we could try messing around with it. Try to take some of these other stats off. Like what I would do is try to take one of the stats off and hope that it's not the exalted stat, and then try to add 2 stats that I want to it. And then without, like, you know, that's going to push us to the edge of using all of its forging material, especially if we're unlucky. But we can try that later. Here, I need to go. I need to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. You must scale off attune because, yeah. It definitely does. And I remember seeing something about it in one of the passives or like the main skills. I just don't remember where it was. And I don't know where this extra point came from. That's also confusing me. Oh, I think it's because I took off something that I had that had +1 to all skills, and then I put it back on. Or something. Because I did have an item that was +1 to all sentinel skills. I think it was the old relic that I was using. This one. So I don't know where I just got that extra point from. Because I didn't add anything else as plus skills. Either way, screw it. Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. You'd preferably want to find a relic with increased healing, then change the stats. Okay. We'll keep an eye out. And then that also gives us... See, this is good because I like having something in particular that we're trying to find. And then, like, it also makes it easier when you can, like, look for echoes and monoliths that have relics and stuff. Jewelry is really interesting in this game too, because it's some of the most valuable items in this game. But then sometimes you find jewelry that is like only worth 20 gold. Because that was another thing I didn't realize until one day, that like your gold, you run out of gold really quickly. Especially when you're buying like the shattering runes. I was just like, I was thinking that you get so much gold that you can just buy all the shattering runes you can get whenever you get out of an echo. So that's what I was doing. And then all of a sudden it wasn't letting me buy one. And I was like, what the heck is going on? And I was completely broke. So now we're trying to focus on at least picking up the high value gold items that we can sell, and then trying to pick up items that have stats we want that we can shatter, instead of just, for a while I was kind of just picking up anything exalted and shattering it, and then like just being way more careless with money and such. See, that guy was way too easy. We have some passive skills as well. Some points. At least one. Ooh, see, that one's a good one to 116 healing effectiveness. Or I guess we want, is it? Yeah, it is healing effective. Sometimes I get them confused. That and health regeneration. And I'm probably close to being able to do the monolith to actually finish this one. I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to it for a second, but I can't imagine we're that far off. What are those arrows? Why are they making that sound? That's good because we can always use that for later. Yeah, those arrows. Do 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 do. That is so goofy. I haven't ever noticed that until now. gonna have to make a Paladin and try this build out. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm really happy with this build after trying to kind of force that javelin build to work any way that I could. But then just getting to the point where I'm like, I'd rather just like have a stronger build that will be fun to play as a newcomer, you know, where I didn't have a bunch of like gear stashed up and stuff like that. Because that's always the hard part, is when you don't have like any of the low level uniques that will help you level, that will give you kind of an advantage or like a boost until you get the better items. But as soon as I switched to this, like once I got my skill levels, because you know it like resets everything back down to level 9 or whatever. Once I got my skill levels, it was like money. Without even really having any specialized gear at that point. But I also want to try out, I was watching, who was I watching? I was watching someone play a Void Knight. I think it was Maple. And it looked like it was a fun build too. So I feel like the Sentinel class might be like one of the better classes where there's just like quite a few builds that you can make work. And hopefully that's the case with all the classes, but I think the Sentinel just has more survivability, so that makes it easier to find ways to make it work. Okay, let's see if we can get... We're doing all right with idols, but a lot of the ones that we have right now are idols that just have one of the... Because what we want is healing effectiveness and chance to shred armor. This one. So chance to shred armor with fire skills. So we have one of them that has both, and then the other two are switched up. So if we can get more that have both, that'll be great. Go, baby. See, it's just kind of now, and like I can definitely already feel the difference with this idol too, or this relic. Cause like things, like some of the enemies that I'm used to seeing when they pop up and being like, oh, they're gonna take a little bit longer, like those guys with the hammers. I don't even know what they're called. And then they hit the ground and like that water wave comes up. Usually those guys take like a little bit longer to kill, but not now. Oh, this one's interesting. Are there, I haven't seen any builds that recommend any sets or anyone that like runs sets. So they must not be great in this game, which is unfortunate. I feel like sets are never good in any game. Like it's such a weird thing that it's like for ARPGs that they can't find a way to have sets be like a solid part, you know? Because it just seems like there's a ton of potential, and sets are so difficult because to really get like the boost that you want, you need to get, you know, 1 in 1,000 item or whatever. But this one seems like it could potentially be for like a a sorcerer or spellcaster, whatever they're called in this game. But it also feels like it's, you know, it's definitely focused on lightning, but then you also have like, why would you need the plus to fire and cold skills as well? Like, it would probably just be better if it was like +3 to lightning spells. But I don't know. Some are good. Yeah. Mostly rings, yeah. But it is funny because like almost every single, like I can't think of a set that was like super solid. I guess in Diablo 2 there was Tal Rasha's set, which for a sorceress, it's not like best in slot, but it could be like a super solid option, even like endgame. And that's the only time, because like in Diablo 4 it didn't seem like any of the sets were solid. And then in here, I don't know about Path of Exile if they even have sets. I haven't played a ton of Path of Exile, but when I did play, I don't remember. Don't think PoE does. Yeah. Yeah, it's just funny because it's like, it seems like it has the potential, like in theory, you could make it like the best option, like the option to get the best gear in the game. Because it's revolves around the fact that you have to get other items. So, but you just have to make the like bonus stats really considerably better. Because right now, usually what it is you have a set item that's all right, but to make it really good, you need the other items, but then the other items, like affixes, aren't that good. So then you're like, you're always sacrificing something to get those bonuses. Whereas if they just made it so that like those bonuses were so significantly better than like whatever you're sacrificing, it wouldn't be that difficult to have set items be like a big part of these types of games. And it's also interesting in this game because it seems like poison damage, because you don't see a ton of stuff where it's like, hey, focus on getting resistance for this item. But then there, you like, I have noticed quite a few items that are like, okay, you want to try to get a poison resistance roll on this. And it's funny because in Diablo games, poison damage usually isn't that big a deal, but I can tell in this game, like those cobras that shoot the sand tornadoes at you, like before I switched to this build, that was like the only thing that would ever kill me. And I need to kind of update my whatchamacallit, loot filter too, because I think I have too many items that are popping up. Oh, I thought for a second those were ones that I needed. These might... it'll be interesting. I don't do any bleed. I found, like, that. I think that's my third one of those maces, though. And only one of them has legendary potential. Oh, those are the boots I have on. When did I get those? I forgot about those. 24 ward gained when you dodge while channeling. Yeah, so these ones The only really bonus I'm getting from these is dodge rating. No, not even that, because I'm not... I don't think I ever do anything that channels. I don't even really understand what channeling is, so... but I don't think I'm ever using that. But I get 18 increased movement speed when I'm not channeling. And then it has ward decay threshold, so that's decent. So I get quite a bit of movement speed, but these ones give me 37% movement speed. So technically it's better. And since I'm never channeling, it seems like that would be more useful. Just need to level up Pally. Yeah. Oh, the other thing that I found the other day is this, because I think if I might want to at some point try to do the lightning javelin Paladin again, but do it in a different way, not the way that the build recommended, and make it more like the way that I imagined it. Because I think, like, after seeing a build like this, I think there is the potential to be able to make a build that people say, like, maybe it's not the best in the, at, like, for instance, single target damage. But that spear gives you a lot of options for where it, like, actually branches out, because it says the javelin no longer pierces, but when it hits enemies, splits into 2 piercing spears that are fired at enemies around the target. 1 additional spear is created per 12 dexterity. And then there's also an ability where it splits it off. So then it would be like, you know, that would be, the numbers would be exponential. So it's already splitting it. And then each one splits in 2, and then that splits again. So it'd just be like 50 spears going out, basically. So it might be interesting. Like Ghost Flame, anything you have to hold down the skill button to keep up the skill, I'd imagine would be channeling. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so that's gonna be my next, or not my next build, but like my next try. Because I have one homie that plays this game, and he had that, and he was gonna trade it to me or give it to me. Like, that was the thing, we needed resonance so he could trade it or whatever. And I was gonna try that, and then it just never happened. And then I luckily found one, so then I was like, it seems like you could have the potential to make it good, but we'll just have to try it out. Reduce bonus damage taken from critical strikes. I do love, like, sometimes the really specific. "23 attunement." Also, maybe you can tell me this. What is when a skill echoes, what does that mean? I don't understand that. Increase leech rate. It repeats after a short delay. So are there just like specific skills or builds or items that like will allow a skill to echo? Like, it's not something that just happens in the game randomly or naturally. You actually, like, it's something that you focus on? Because I've seen a bunch of items that it's like bonus damage to a skill when it echoes. But then obviously, like, it's not something for this build. Okay. That makes more sense then. Okay, I'm gonna try to lock it in and try to blow through some of these. See if we can get through this monolith real quick. Because I think we probably have enough stability to get through it. Boom. See, quick. Hit him with the quickness. I love that these little guys follow you outside of the echoes too. I'll log on my void and show you. Oh, hell yeah. Oh yeah, you're good, Control. Let's check it out. Then you just hear him squish in the background. Oh. I see. So you're literally creating like reflections of yourself doing an ability. That's kind of cool. That's awesome. I like that. That reminds me of like the whirlwind barbarian from Diablo. He just spins in circles. That's what it was called, right? Whirlwind, I think. Yeah, that's awesome. Because like echoes, typically it takes like it only does like 40% of the damage, right? Of the real ability. And so then you get these items that boost the echo damage and you're getting closer to like the actual skills ability. So that's cool. I kind of like that. Makes me kind of want to mess around with that. It's just cruising. And it like gives you crazy mobility too, honestly. Not like the Rogue. The Rogue's mobility was insane, but like this is still pretty solid. I just love the sound that the arrows make. And I love the fact that I'm just figuring out that they make this sound. Look at him go. How does this guy have so much health? What is happening? Oh, it's more than one. I was like, there's no way, right? There's no way, right? I do like the way that the difficulty scales too. I feel like it's like a solid amount for enemies. Awesome. No, I like that. So what is that ability called then on out of your skills? Is that... It's not cleave. It's got to be... Or maybe... Warpath. Oh. Okay. I see. Yeah, that's funny because I remember using this build or using this ability super early on when I first made this character. Because it was like the highest damage dealing ability I had, but I couldn't maintain the mana for it. I'm using Void Cleave, Warpath, Reversal, Rebuke, and Anomaly. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, so Void damage seems to be like a pretty solid damage source too. Like it seems like that's like a good option if you're looking for something different too. Okay, let's do some forging real quick. Oh, there's that item that I was looking for. That's hilarious. I was searching for this for a second. I think it's funny that if you put something in the forge, it'll just sit in there. It's fun if I'm bored. Need some work. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of those ones where like you're relying on melee damage, it's like you kind of have to get those like fine-tuned. Because like with elemental, it's nice because you do damage over time, and then you can also get like items that have elemental damage over time. And you know, whether you're doing lightning, poison, fire, whatever, those things all count as damage over time or elemental damage over time. I feel like it's just easier to scale that. Kind of nice, use it sometimes as storage. Yeah. Yeah, my biggest thing is I just forget that there's an item in there a lot of the time. So I'll throw something in there like with an idea to forge, and then I just totally forget that it's in there. Okay, so what we're going to try to do, we could see if we can get any of these. Actually, in that slot, that is probably the better slot, the prefix versus the suffix. So you said we want something with healing effectiveness, right? That's what we should focus on. Have you found a mad? No. So when you make an item legendary, does it matter what tier it is? You get what I mean? Like, cause like, for instance, oh, you're saying you want healing effectiveness to be the exalted stat. Okay. In the prisons, gotta kill mages in the prisons. But what is the Mad Alk Ladle? Is that an item or is that... Because I've killed the mages in the prisons, but do they just drop something occasionally that's called that? Harbinger of Stars. This one actually seems awesome for a meteor sorceress or sorcerer or whatever. Yeah, because the tier on this, and you can't improve the tier too, so you'd think when you get that bonus tier or that bonus affix that it would be a higher tier version of the affix, but it's not. So that's interesting. Because tier 3 is like a super average tier. They have a chance to drop. It's a weapon that you need. Give a lot of ailment stacks. Okay. Oh, that's the one that's actually in the build guide. That's what I'm supposed to have, is the Mad Alchemist Ladle. But you're saying it has a chance to drop from the guys, the mages in the prisons? I'll focus on going to them then whenever I do an echo, because I feel like a lot of time their drops are not, well, because you're like guaranteed to get an experimental item or an item with an experimental affix. But I rarely get like unique or set items or anything from them, or even like honestly exalted items. We may have lost. Oh, okay. I was gonna say we may have lost connection. Oh yeah, we're lagging hard. We probably are switching back to the other servers too. Because you're on East Coast. And I'm technically on West Coast servers. But I don't know if it switches as soon as you leave the party or if it takes a second. But it is crazy because sometimes I play FPS games and I don't even get that much lag from playing on the like East Coast servers. Just dropped a wand. I don't think I've seen that one before. Abacus wand. Roombow element always matches the last skill you use directly that has a single elemental tag. Yeah, I always hate when there's the shrines because the shrines are always the most annoying, where they just drop attacks on you. Another shield. Does every single Echo have one of the mage prisons in it? Yeah, of course. Yeah, bring out the Mr. Shams. Sham Shrania. Yeah, I see it now. There it is. Got a rune of research. Boots, experimental boots. I also wish that there was like a setting that you could put on so it just like automatically picks up like runes and shards and stuff. That'd be nice. Because I feel like why would anyone ever pass them up? It's like gold. You know how you auto pick up gold? There should just be a thing with those too. No, you're good. You're good, Control. I'm not opposed whatsoever. And you're helping me learn so much more about the game. So like that means more to me than... Oh my god. I'm lagging so bad I can't even like pick things up. Yeah, I need to... Here, let me back out. I'll come back in and then... And then invite me. I wonder... Here, let me see my... Everything else seemed fine. I don't have... I'm not like dropping a bunch of frames on my stream or anything. Dream, you get enough certain point where you don't need them. Yeah, can you like max them out? Inviting you is, I forgot which one. No, it's one of these ones at the top, isn't it? There we go. I don't know why it doesn't ever show people. What's your in-game name again? Is it the same? That's so weird. So if you, because this happened with someone else too. If you ask me to be a friend and I accept, it doesn't make you my friend. It just makes me your friend. Here, we can go wherever. I guess we can just go to, I really don't care, to be honest. We can go into one of these. I'm just annoyed that I died. I can't believe I died. I should have just kept casting instead of trying to pick that item up, but I was being stubborn. But now that we lost the reward, we could just go in here anyway. Okay, let's see the... Ooh, so he has totems. There's gonna be an ability that is actually similar to like where you have all these tornadoes. They're adding it to Diablo 4 and people were like making fun of it because they're like, oh, it looks like they took a couple of tips from last Epoch. Because it's like the exact same, like the animation looks the exact same too. That is insane though. There's too many items here, I can't even, there we go. Rogue increased damage, Shadow Cascade Shard. I love this though. There's so much going on though on the screen. Like I would definitely need that, whatever that program is called, that makes it so you have a more visible pointer, mouse pointer. And then you get the lightning bolts. Is that like an ability or is that just from like your totems? Where all the lightning bolts come down and start striking enemies, because I love that. There's another 3. Another 3 exalted. Yeah, the value of items is interesting. No, I like that a lot. I wish there was a way, like, is there a way that I can like look at your build? That would be dope. I forgot what game it was where you could do that, where you could just click on someone and see their like gear and their stats. One legendary potential on that guy. I already have that shield though. I don't think so. Okay, here, let me click on it. Wait one sec. Yeah, you have to do permanent every time. It pulled it up though on my end. Plus 40 level of tornado, that's nice. Increase cast speed. Oh, it's a two-handed. Hey, there you go. This one has set rings. Chance to apply shock on spell hit. One level. Oh, so that's literally the ring we were looking at before. Yeah, you're good. Here. Frostbite. Oh, so you're doing like all different types of elemental damage. Testament. 6 spell lightning damage for you and your totems. Lightning penetration for you and your totems. Shock chance for you and your totems. Summon a storm totem on hit. Yeah, that's a pretty awesome relic. Oh, NATOs are cold damage. That's cool. See, I think in Diablo 2 they were physical damage, if I'm not mistaken. I changed them from lightning. Oh, I see. Yeah, this build is interesting though. Oh, and that amulet is the one that I was supposed to have on my lightning jav too. Oh yeah, we got both the. Wait, are these for the same set? Or are there not? Wait, are there not different? Like, I don't understand how these sets work, really. So you can either have two of the same one and get the set bonuses, or you get two different ones and you get the set bonuses. Oh, okay. So there's the Invoker's Frozen Heart, the Invoker's Scorching Grasp, and the Invoker's Static Touch. I wish there was a way to... Is there a way to look at that on here? That'd be cool if it told you the items from the set. The only reason I'm seeing it is from looking at your build guide on Last Epoch Tools. Oh, you need all three for the set. Okay. I see. Okay. Yeah, getting the cast speed, and then when you're doing lightning damage, they're like, obviously this one's like one of the best for lightning damage. Flame Ward, increase fire spell cast speed. That's interesting. So if you have, what's the third item? It's obviously not a ring, because then you wouldn't be able to equip them all. So let's see if we can click on it. Frozen Heart, is that, it's gonna be an amulet, right? It's not opening anything. Yeah, I feel like it's an amulet if it's called Frozen Heart. Is there a way to search items on here? If you go on the website, yeah. On the website, I'm gonna see if I can find... And away you go. Resources. Oh, here we go. Items. Oh, yeah, it's an amulet. It honestly seems like it could be a pretty... Yeah, like of all the sets that I've seen so far, this one seems like it would have like the most benefit of where you could like actually use it, especially if you're doing all these different types of damage. Like for my build, even lightning and fire, I'm already doing lightning and fire damage because any lightning damage I do gets converted to fire and vice versa, I think, with one of the skills I have. But I don't do any cold damage, so it'd be pointless for me to really do anything with cold. And I don't have anything like chance to chill or whatever it is either, so. But it looks like I already have one of these. Oh, and I have the Frozen Heart, hell yeah. So yeah, we have the full set here. Nice. That's probably the first set, or even close, that I've got so far. Because I just don't even know what items are part of the set, because it doesn't really tell you. I do mostly cold and lightning, yeah. No, that's dope. I like that build. I like the tornadoes, and like having the totems too is nice, where you can just like plant something and you don't have to worry about. Like I like that, having that as an option. Where you can just throw down your totems and have them kind of be doing damage. Like for instance, if you just want to go like, go try to pick up an item or just like distract enemies for a second. You can kind of just always have like passage damage being dealt. Some of the sounds that like those, I forget what they're called. The mermaid ladies. Sounds that they make, and then the sounds that like the archers make. Just like you get a lot of these really goofy sounds. Armor mitigation also applies to damage over time. I need to see, because I see that one all the time and I don't necessarily know what it means. Oh, experimental affixes cannot exist as a shard. That's interesting. I didn't know that. This one doesn't really give you a definition. Oh, okay, there we go. For example, if you have enough armor to reduce hit damage by 60% and 50% of your armor mitigation also applies to damage over time, then armor will reduce damage over time by 30%. Oh, okay. So that's if that's only for damage that you take. It has nothing to do with the damage that you're dealing. Yo, what is up, Marcus? How you doing? Welcome in. Hexy, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yes, we switched it up. And let me just tell you, Divine Bolt is so much better. It is insane. I feel stupid for even trying to make the lightning javelin work, because as soon as I went to this, it was like, oh, okay. I'm like, now I'm basically invincible and I do like 10 times as much damage. I will say the one downfall, and this is, we were talking about this earlier in the stream too. The single target damage is not nearly as good, but I don't care, because like you're doing way more AoE damage, and that just means it takes us a little bit longer to like kill the bosses, but I'm not like, it still isn't a challenge. So I'm playing Crit Rive with Healing Hands. Yeah, so I've just, what I learned is the build I was looking at before didn't have Healing Hands as one of its main abilities. And it's like every guide that I've seen on Last Epoch tools basically says you should have Healing Hands, because like Healing Hands is just a really strong ability, and it's like for this specific build it's a damage dealing ability, but it also heals you, and then it also can generate a ton of ward, so it just turns into this thing where you're just constantly building ward, you become invincible, you're healing yourself, and you're doing damage. So it's like for almost any Sentinel build, it seems like Healing Hands, you know, because like the way that you generate ward right now, it's kind of a broken mechanic that we were talking about. Like even on like the websites, everyone's talking about how it's probably going to get nerfed in the next update. I just added Smite and Devotion to my build. Okay, single target amazing, yeah. See, and that was my issue with the Electrified Javelin, is that it relied on having these idols that proc Smite. They have an 8% chance to proc Smite on hit. And Smite is was like one of the main damage, like one of your main abilities. And so unless you have those idols, the build is only doing like half the damage that it should be doing. And so that's why it was also struggling. Is because if you're not getting those smite procs, then you're just not, you're like losing out on so much damage you should be doing. And those idols are like some of the rarest in the game to get, at least for Sentinel. So it's just like, if you don't have those idols, you're not getting smite procs. So it's like, I feel like it has the potential to be a good build once you have all the gear for it, but it's definitely not a build I recommend. Like if you're leveling or if you don't have the gear for it. And even then, I don't know, it'll be interesting to see, because like we might try at some point to go over to that, or we might just start a new character and mess around with a new character. But I think there's a potential to make a different type of Electrify Javelin Paladin that doesn't follow the same rules as the one that we were trying to build. Because the one that we were trying to build was like more focused on like penetration and physical damage and bleeding, and not so much as like elemental damage. And because there's this one ability here, let me go to it, with the javelin, this one, which like people were just saying online, I couldn't find any builds that really focus on Divine Fury, and anything I saw online was like, apparently its damage doesn't scale that well. So people were like, it just doesn't make sense to lose the piercing because you lose, your javelin no longer pierces. But there's also this spear that is really interesting that we found, that it says javelin no longer pierces, but it like splits into 2 piercing spears that are fired at a target, and then you get 1 additional spear every 12 dexterity. So if you use this with that ability, you're getting like, you're probably getting, I don't even know, like 15 or 20 spears that are going to be splitting off, and then they're doing elemental damage. And so I think potentially it could be a good build, but I need to mess around with it. Yes, I'm following Perry the Pig's build, because before, the build I was using, so when I was playing Diablo 2 or D2R, like the place to go for like a lot of information is max roll. And so then I was just, since I had already used that website and they had a bunch of like last Epoch stuff on there, I was like, oh, I'll just use their builds because I already trust them. I've used their builds for Diablo 2. I've used a lot of their stuff before. And then once I went, because like Control, he was in here and he was telling me that you like last Epoch Tools is the best place for builds. So I was like, hey, we'll try it out. And I went over there and I found this build. Like I found another one that was the Electrify Javelin. And even watching the guy's build, like, cause he, you know, it takes you to a YouTube link or whatever. He was struggling a lot with mana, and that's like something that I just really, and he had like super endgame gear. And I just hate worrying about mana, so I was just like, I'm not gonna do that. And then we found this build and it was like, oh, this is like visually more similar to what I was trying to accomplish anyway. Because I was going for the Javazon, which is a Diablo 2 build. Because it was just like one of my favorite builds in the game. And it looks more similar to this than what like that other build we were trying, so. But yeah, this build has been awesome. I did Pinching Loaf. His build is solid. Okay. I'll have to check that out. Nice. When you finish this build, you can go up to 60k ward. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you're saying with like when I get all the items? Yeah, there's like a ton of potential to just get, and like I even saw some variations where you put points into here, let me make sure I'm somewhere safe. Because that is the one thing when you're relying on ward and your health is constantly dropping, is you'll die pretty quick if you're not like actively using abilities and stuff. I saw this one where, yeah, you get the ward effectiveness, like you put a point into this and then you can even put a point over to here. And if you do that, then you can just be like generating like an insane amount of ward. But even this, like right now, I'm never scared of dying unless I'm not like playing. Like if I just like am looking at my inventory and I am not paying attention and someone attacks me, then I'll die. But if I'm like playing, I never even get close to dying. Problem with my marksman, if I stop attacking, I'm dead. Yeah, it's the same with this because you need that healing hands. Because like you see how quickly my health just starts dropping. And then if my sigils go away too, because my sigils help with health regen, but yeah, even like the bosses at the end of the, like any boss I run into, I never am like scared of dying as long as I'm attacking. Gration. I'm probably gonna have to download a different loot filter from last Epoch tools too, because the one that I have on right now is technically for like a leveling build. And even though we're not at max level, I wouldn't say we're in the leveling stages. Tier 4 Juria. I have no idea, to be honest. And that's our BIS weapon too that we've been waiting for, so that's pretty great. Pretty dope that we got it. You were right. You were right, Control. Oh, you can copy the build loop filter? Oh, I didn't even see that. That's awesome. Yeah, well, I'll have to do that in a second. That might take some time. Okay, so T4 Joria. Here's the thing. So, just so everyone who's in here knows, this is my first character, like basically ever with Last Epoch. I started building one when like, I don't know, last year at some point. It was before Diablo 4 came out, and I was looking for something to kind of fill the space of time, but I never really got into it. So I never finished my build. I never like really got into it. I think I got to like level 30 or something. So this is my first real character build. So I'm still a pretty big noob when it comes to all of this. And like, I don't even know boss names. I don't know where they're located. So I don't even know who tier 4 or T4 Juria is. I don't know if I've fought her yet or if that's later in the game. When I put my Frostbite Shackles with Life Drain and T7 attack speed, and I'm up to 100k. Whoa, hell yeah. 100k ward, that's insane. She's the boss in Temporal. So I probably haven't fought tier 4 yet. I've definitely done tier 2, whatever level 80 is. So I'm assuming that's tier 2. And yeah, it was not a problem whatsoever. I need to start pushing my levels on some of those areas as well. Okay, so we're getting 6 more spell damage per negative ailment on the target. And it has 2 legendary potential. That's actually insane. But this, let me just tell you, there's 2 items I found in this game that are like super solid. And I feel like you could use. And it's these 2. Both of these are so nice because they have the spreading flame. And so like, especially if you have a lot of damage over time, they just help me a ton getting through this game. This one's better obviously for like a sorcerer that's using fireball. But like, yeah, those 2 items are super nice. They deserve all the love. Yeah, we could go run Temporal right now and check it out, see what we can do. Because I don't run them often enough, and we have some items that we could mess around with at Temporal too. Increase damage, okay. That's in Divine, right? Let's go see. We're gonna test this build out. And we got a new weapon, so. I don't have a weapon to make that one legendary yet. Like, I haven't really been paying attention. I do have a ton of wands. I guess I could probably find something if we wanted to try on this one. And we're looking for the bonus stats we're looking for is increased fire damage, increased cast speed, and fire penetration. I've got to have one that has an exalted one that one has increased cast speed. Chance Ignite isn't super important, but it's also not bad. That one has cast speed and fire damage, so those are 2, right? Yeah. So that would be the one. And then we just add fire penetration and try to get That would probably be our best bet, but neither of them are exalted. That's the only thing that sucks. That one's fire damage is exalted, so we could use that. I don't even know why I was saving all these. I think I was saving them to try to make this because I didn't think I was going to find that wand. Okay, we need a key though. Okay, Temporal Sanctum is the gold keys. I guess keys, that's like, they're not a super common drop. I feel like it's weird. Sometimes I feel like they'll drop like multiple keys in one level. Okay, so this is tier 3. We'll try tier 3 first. Mind you, we are only level 84. But I'm doing level 90 monoliths right now, so. Which are pretty cake. Cast speed is your #1 priority. Okay. So I should probably focus on getting a exalted wand with cast speed before I risk. Because I don't want to waste the legendary potential. I want to have the best odds as possible. I don't know if there's like a trick to navigating these. I just typically just go in circles until something happens. Hug the edge. And hope for the best. That's kind of what I like assumed. That's what I would do just naturally. That was one of the benefits of Diablo 2 is it had really predictable map tiles. So like if you could get a vibe of like where the tile was going pretty early on and then make a guess like once you like memorized all the tiles. Whereas with this, they're not predictable at all. They're probably randomly generated, to be honest, which would make sense for like a modern game. Yo, Brownlee, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Seriously, thank you. How are you doing? Okay, hug the edges. The other thing is I feel like in here, like going into the void, like there's a lot of times where you run into like areas that you can't get to. Then you go into the void and you still can't get in there. And it's like I feel like you can navigate the map a lot easier in whatever this is called. The Divine Era. Like here now we just got stuck in this. Or well, I guess we could go this way. There's no way it's gonna be down here though. Moral of my story is it feels like the void is kind of like a waste of time. But we're getting lucky this time. Let's see. Nope. Oh, it's right up there too. So we have to be able to access it some way. Yeah, those guys are the worst though. They're the ones that do the most damage. Soulfire Bastion. Yeah. So what is Arena? Because like that's something I always hear people talking about. They're like, I should stop picking up Arena keys. I never even play Arena. And I have a couple arena keys, but like, what's the concept? What makes it different? Oh, it's mostly for leaderboards? Yeah, because I wondered, arena makes it sound like it's like PvP, like you're playing against other players. But is there any PvP in this game? Endless waves of enemies. Oh, okay, so it's like zombies. It's last Epoch zombies. I like the concept. Even though nowadays they changed zombies, you know, just like everything else. We always lose all the things we used to love. But to be honest, I don't hate the new version of zombies either. And certain items will only drop from bosses in there. Okay. Like any, like, because there's not like super uniques or like uber uniques, right, in this game? No, yeah, I didn't think so. Because like they have all these cool mechanics to make your legendary items better, so it makes sense that they wouldn't have like a different level of uniques, because technically your regular uniques can end up being like uber uniques by having Weaver's Will or legendary potential or whatever. But you never know. Sometimes games just add as many different options as they can. There's got to be a predictable way to know whether, like, I feel like there is. If I pay more attention, I bet these tunnels look differently. Like the gates look differently if they're able to be passed through in the other realm or not. I need to pay attention to this, the design of it. There's boss drop. Oh, bosses drop only uniques. Okay. There's boots that give % damage for % movement speed. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the boots I'm looking for are the fiery dragon shoes. So we'll see. We'll see if we can ever find those. We've had like insane luck so far though tonight. Like it's actually kind of crazy because I've been playing this game during the week. Like I was talking to Control earlier about it, where I've been playing like whenever I just have like an hour of free time or whatever, and just doing a couple of echoes to get through my monoliths. And I, like, you know, have done a ton of them. We were at like level 73 and I was doing like level 70 echoes and those monoliths, and now we're, you know, up into the 90s. We're like at the end of these ones until we get into the empowered monoliths or whatever they're called. And I hadn't found any of the uniques that I needed for my build. Or we had one ring. And today so far we've already found the best in slot wand and the best in slot relic, both with 2 legendary potential, which is insane. Sort of like, okay, dragon shoots drop anywhere. I see. Some uniques are pretty rare, especially, so getting a 3 or 4 LP is pretty close to Uber. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Uber unique, like, I think that's a really, or the the legendary potential, I think, is a really cool mechanic that they have in the game. And even like I was talking about earlier, that I think the Weaver Will is really cool too, just because it just gives you, especially early on, where you're not like target farming for really specific items or specific stats, but you just get those, you find those uniques with those like, and then you get these random boosted affixes, and it's just, you're like, oh, hell yeah. You're probably going to brick those when you slam them. Yeah, probably. I've already, like, every time I've tried, it hasn't worked out the best, but the thing is no matter what, let's say I even don't get the stats I'm looking for, this is still better than what I was using before. And same with the relic. So like, worst case scenario, we just have a version of this item that's still slightly better than if we just had the base item with no legendary potential. So that's the way I'm viewing it right now. Once I get to the point where I'm finding like these uniques for the 4th or 5th time, then you're only going to be looking for the ones that have the best rolls and the most legendary potential. But, you know, so far, these are the first versions of them that I've found. What have I done? Okay. We'll just get our shit boosted real quick. I need to time that better though. Yeah, I don't see us having any issues with this. It's going to be more so just time consuming. She is doing a lot more damage than she was doing last time though. If I wasn't just sitting here in this void puddle or whatever this thing is. Oh yeah, see that? It's got to be these rotating things, whatever those are. Because I was watching my health bar, we were dropping, we were getting close a lot of the time. Hey, good to know. We tested it. But even if I just had, like, once I get some of those items to generate more ward, I feel like it'll be cake. She does do quite a bit of damage, though. That's surprising. Okay, let's see if we can finish this monolith. The puddle is very damaging. You can press D. Oh, okay. Tanking all mechanics, yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing is, for the most part, like, if I was even trying at all, like, for when I was using my Electrify Javelin Paladin, that was like, you had to constantly be moving, you had to, like, be watching all the mechanics, but then, like, for most of the content in the game, I can just sit there and, like, spam my ability, and I heal myself and generate ward fast enough that I usually don't die. But like, for instance, if I wanted to go do that again, I bet I could kill her and take more time and just be like, actually play within the mechanics. But yeah, I was just seeing if I could just spam it and if it would work. And we're pretty close. Like, you're one bad thing going right away from staying alive there. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, we have plenty of it that we can finish this one. Oh god, now I have to go in there and... Where's that guy? It's showing up. Okay, we should be fine. For the ladle, you can do tier 1. Yeah. Yeah, so what's the difference of the different tiers? Like, Does it... Do you have to do tier 2 to be able to get 2 legendary potential? Try to go to the extreme right or top left edge of the dungeon, then hug the edge till you get to the door. Okay. I see. Item level. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely, I bet we can do it quite a bit quicker and better if we just focus. No, we don't need that. The one thing about this build is the mobility isn't great. And I don't love lunge. Just because you need an enemy to be able to use lunge. Why did I even come down here? Okay, we don't need this right now. And when you hover over the tier at the entrance, you can see what level range each tier goes to. Okay. My friend uses this build and replaced lunge with shield rush. Became, yeah. Yeah, so I was using shield rush before, and I'll probably go back to it. But it was just like every other person I saw playing like a sentinel build was using lunge. And there are some things, like there's some of the items that I don't have yet that like increase movement speed quite a bit, but I really think that, yeah. I feel like Shield Rush is better just because you can, it also allows you to just continually go. Like you don't have to stop unless you run into something, essentially. So like, oh, maybe you can't use it if you don't have a shield. That'd make sense. So yeah, maybe I can't use it with this build. We could make a version that has a shield, but right now. Alrighty, I'm gonna try and hit the hay. Yo, Control, seriously? Seriously, can't say this enough. Thank you so much for all your help. Like, it's, yeah, just been amazing. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out with me. And yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow, or well, I guess technically tonight, whatever. I'll be back on later. So in like, you know, essentially 16 hours from now or 18 hours from now. So if you're around, dope. I'll see you there. If not, it's cool. But thank you. I hope you have a great night or morning or whatever. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Mage, what do you got for me? He's definitely tanking a lot more damage now. And I'm lagging again, which isn't great. We have been having issues. I don't know if it's the servers, because I think my connection is fine. But we've had quite a bit of like, just like random moments of severe lag. Where am I headed? Destroy the prison. Oh, that's the prison. Okay. I was like, where am I going? What am I doing? The problem is since it's so hard to see the pointer on this game for some reason, and there's no way to increase the size of the pointer or the color of your pointer or anything, I like have made my on-screen, like the opacity of my mini map a lot more transparent, I guess, or whatever. And so then that means that it's like hard for me to see stuff on my mini map now. Because it's so clear, but it's like you're just trading off one thing for another. For your first character, you tried running hammers? Dang. Is hammers, what makes hammers difficult? Because that was like one that I was gonna go with. Because, so here's the thing, I'm a Diablo 2, that's like the game that I came from and where like most of my experience comes from. And that's why I was excited about this game, because there's like one of the creators of this worked at Blizzard North, I'm pretty sure, and like helped doing development for Diablo 2, and I might have even worked on Diablo 3. But yeah, and so I was excited about this, and you can see a lot of the mechanics, like, and ARPGs are, that's what they are. They're all similar in mechanics and structure and itemization and such, but yeah, like Hammered In was one of the best builds for Diablo 2, like basically forever. So that was one that I was like thinking about doing, but then my homie that I was playing with when I first started this character, he was doing hammers, and I was like, I don't really want to do the same thing that he's doing, so I decided to go a different way. You can make hammers good, don't get me wrong, but I didn't know how to scale the damage. Okay. There's a Nova Hammer build that slaps. Nova Hammer. Let's see if we can. Wait, Hammer, is that a different, it's not Paladin class? Or am I just not saying it here? Sentinel, okay. That's interesting. Maybe they just don't have the build on Last Epoch tools. Because only when I see, the only hammer build I see is a Void Knight hammer throw. But that can't be the only one. Or let's see. Oh, here we go. There's a Smite Hammered In, Bleed Hammered In. There's actually a bunch of different builds for Hammered In. Yeah, it seems like Sentinel has some like really awesome builds, so I kind of I want to mess around with it. Okay, we can finish this monolith probably pretty quick. I think Volca made... Is it just on, is it like a YouTube video? Because sometimes they obviously... Not every build that exists is going to be on a website. Void Knight, yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple Void Knight builds that are insane, to be honest. It seems like a fun one. But I think if I, like, especially since this is my first, like, real character, if I do another one, I think I'm gonna do a different, like a whole different class, like a primalist or like a rogue, like a marksman or something. Yeah, those guys are, we're definitely getting tankier. Should be on LE Tools, but it was a oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still learning how to navigate the website. But I learned pretty quick that that's the place to go for all this. Which is crazy because, like, obviously this isn't the biggest ARPG ever, like in terms of like numbers, but like I feel like it's done pretty well, especially when it had its official release. And there's just not like a ton of like content, like a ton of like for instance, if there's a type of build you want to build, there was one that, like, when I was looking up different versions of the Electrify build, there was only like two or three builds that I could even find that were using this like skill that I was trying to use. So it's like, it's still so early on that there's like, it's cool when you get to the, like a game where people are still discovering new stuff all the time. New theory crafting and builds and like items. Wishlock! Hello! Welcome! Welcome in. Okay, we need to find out, what am I doing? Here we go. Gamer share dance. It is going well. Yeah, we're just cruising along with our new divine bolts. That's what it's called, right? Paladin. This build is like, it's pretty awesome so far. Like especially because I switched from what I was doing the Electrify Javelin, and it just was not, I couldn't get the items that I really needed to make the damage scale properly. So it's just like kind of frustrating because this is my first character that I've fully built out. And now that I've switched to this build, it's just been so much like more enjoyable and like more fun, just because really that's the same thing. But like, I guess the word is easier because this build just has better AoE and you're not worried about mana as much. So that was like my big issues with the other build. It's hard to find good resources that aren't clickbait. Yeah. Yeah, well, and his was at the top of the list too for like Sentinel builds. Especially for, because I put, you know, like there's the filters. So I did like Sentinel builds that use the skill Javelin or whatever. Because originally I was looking for a different build for the Electrify one. And his was at the top of the list. And so I don't know if it's like upvoted or if it's just based on, I'm sure there's like some way of rating where they put builds that other people have used or that people rely on, you know, and just people that make a bunch of content for the website. So, and then I watched his video on it and, you know, he seems like he knew what he was doing. So I feel like this build so far has been super solid. Don't know builds. Look on theory crafting for the win. Oh, hell yeah. Do know Sentinel though. Playing Paladin, Void Knight, and Forge Guard as mains. Oh, you're doing 3 right now? That's insane. What are your, like, what skills are you looking to go into? So you just do it all from instinct? You just get on there and you just start messing around with skills, like things that sound interesting to you, and just try to find your build without, like, using a reference? Because that's dope. Like, the more experience I get with the game, the more I'm, like, you know, trying different things. But my biggest issue is, like, the amount of time I have to play now is, like, you know, as you continue to get older and have more responsibilities, and, like, that's my biggest thing is, like, I used to have so much more time, and it just feels like every year my time just keeps shrinking. And so I get, like, really obsessed with things. So, like, when I'm too focused on, like, trying to focus on getting a build together and figuring out what I'm supposed to do, then I'll just, like, be spending way too much of my free time doing that. Whereas, like, when I can just hop on and kind of just, like, follow someone else's build and then see what I like about it and then make my own changes, it makes it so I don't obsess over it as much. But, like, I want to get to the point where I'm more comfortable with, like, the mechanics and how the builds, like, how the damage scales in this game, because it's so different than Diablo 2. But yeah, that's awesome, because I just, that's, like, that's the, I guess, the, like, true gamer way of doing it, is to just kind of figure it out as you go. Going all around, I'm good in gaming and broke meta. Hell yeah, I love that. Yeah, this game in particular, that's what I, like, will say for sure, is having the super, like, I don't know, like, advanced way of crafting, and, like, where you can get a lot of the best items in the game from just crafting them from not super rare items. And then also the way that, like, the passives interact with the main skills makes it so that there's, like, so many options to do, like, these crazy builds. Like, even this, the Divine Bolt build is, like, you're using a healing skill to do all your damage because of a passive that allows your healing hands to cast Divine Bolts. Or, like, your passive increases the amount of Divine Bolts. Like, you couldn't use it as a main damage skill if you didn't have that passive. So it's cool that there's, like, those types of options. Usually take someone's build and make my own tweaks. Yeah, I think that's especially, like, yeah, that's what I try to do too. But usually what I'll do is, for the first couple builds that I make, I just follow someone else's build to a T, so that I can enjoy the game. Because the other thing that can be hard is to, like, you get on and you start messing around with a build, and then it just sucks, and you're just, like, your progress is so slow that you end up just being like, oh, well, like, this just isn't for me. I'm just not enjoying it or whatever. And everyone has different, you know, some people, like, for instance, some people are really into, like, Souls-like games. That's, like, a huge genre now. And I've just never been the type of person that wants to play a game and, like, fight the same boss 50 times to try to beat them. Like, that, I don't know why. It's just not something that genre isn't something that I've ever, like, found a ton of joy in. And I haven't tried, to be honest, because, like, for instance, I never played Elden Ring because those types of games just never were appealing to me. But, like, I feel like Elden Ring was kind of the game that, like, broke from the super hardcore gamers into, like, a broader audience. So I think that's a game that I'm gonna have to, like, find the time to really play through. And I'll probably do it on stream too, where I do, like, a full playthrough, and you guys can just watch me lose my absolute mind trying to get through that game, because I watched some like streamers playing it, and I was just like, you know, like, someone, like, 4 hours to beat one boss, and I was just like, this is, congrats. This is next level. Yeah, no rest for the wicked. I've been hearing different things about that. What I noticed so far, I have much better time if I choose my... Oh, okay. If you choose your defense first and build around that rather than build around damage ability. That's probably smart, especially like Sentinel, I think is a really good class from what I've ascertained so far. And from what I've read from other people is that it's a really good class for survivability. So like for someone who's new to the game, I think like Sentinel is like awesome to go into because you just have all these like passive buffs and active buffs that you can use, that you're regenerating health. You can like heal yourself without having to rely on potions all the time. If you get like certain items and use certain passives and skills, you generate a ton of ward. So it just seems like it's like a really good class for that. And so that I think makes it better for like newer people when you haven't learned all like the boss mechanics and stuff. I think this is, and from my experience, it seems like it's really awesome for just like survivability. Yeah, and then No Rest for the Wicked. It was like one of those games that I was really excited about when I first heard it was announced. And then the more that I see people playing it, like especially a lot of the people that I follow or like that I watch videos from, like for instance, like Asmongold is one of the guys I watch a bunch of his videos, even though I don't play WoW, because he kind of makes videos on everything now. But he tries out like all the new games, and it seems like No Rest for the Wicked is like an isometric Souls-like game versus like an ARPG / Souls-like game. Like it seems like the only thing that really makes it like an ARPG is the fact that it's isometric and it's like some of the itemization. But the way I've heard people compare it is like the same way that Elden Ring is technically considered an ARPG, but it's obviously just like a Souls game, almost like 100%, but technically it's considered an ARPG as well. It's the same way with No Rest for the Wicked. But I like one of my favorite parts of this genre of games is like the itemization and really focusing on like, you know, farming for specific items and grinding to try to get those items. But No Rest for the Wicked, it does seem like I could potentially enjoy it. But I think I would enjoy Elden Ring more, to be honest, if I was gonna go to one of those other games, like in that vein. Okay, we have the last one. It's a Souls-like game. It's a Souls game in isometric view. Yeah. Yeah, that was another issue that I saw a lot of people say, is that they kind of made it seem like everyone was saying that it was an ARPG. And then everyone that's been playing it is like, no, it's definitely not an ARPG. They're like, I guess you could say that some of the items and like the inventory is kind of like an ARPG, but it's like none of the gameplay or the mechanics of that are in there. So that was like one of the things I was excited about, because it would be cool to have that like real defined cross where it's like got all of the elements of an ARPG, but maybe got like the difficulty, like the boss fighting difficulty and like the different fighting mechanics of like a Souls-like game. But that's what we were hoping No Rest for the Wicked was going to be. And I just don't think it's really fulfilled that. But I've also seen a ton of people really enjoying it. Just most of the ARPG people. Oh man, I'm lagging. That's not great. Oh no, I wasn't lagging. That's just his stun. So avoid his ice lightning bolt. Oh. He's quick with it. That's really the thing that makes this build like the most broken, is you just can just sit in the same spot. But you can definitely feel it scaling. Like, it went from monsters being like pretty easy to now we're starting to get to the point where the damage is not as great as it was. Physical resistance, freeze rate per stack of chill, chance to chill. So we probably don't want chance to chill. We're probably gonna have to go with the resistance one, if I had to guess. Because it doesn't seem like, yeah, we wouldn't want chill. We don't have chill for anything else. Call of the Tundra. Okay, Warcry. What ability is Warcry? Is that a... Who uses Warcry? Oh, here, let me see. I need to catch up. If you ever get the devotion, try dumping javelin and get smite. Your single target will be so much better. Yeah, that's what I... Yeah. Smite will still proc healing hand, so divine bolts for echoes and smite for bosses. For echoes, okay. I am the one that's you can't trade. That's what I am. I don't know the Circle of Fortune. Yeah. Like I said, I'm still in the process of learning all the different things for this. Mana and lightning resistance. I don't think we need any of those. I have so many idols as it is. Okay, well there's one monolith, one level 90 done. We just have two more. Then we get to our empowered monoliths. This looks fun. I change reversal to melee ability though. That gives mana back, like multi-strike, and make healing hands 100% cast on melee hit if... Ooh, I see what you're saying, Wishlock. That's interesting. Yeah, I could try to find something. Cast on melee hit. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, my biggest thing right now is I just need more. So one of the big things that we get from our wand, like what we're trying to get, one of the what do you even call legendary rolls or whatever, is for this wand to get increased cast speed. So that's one thing that will help us a ton. Like the more cast speed we have, the damage starts going insane. And then for our rings too, I'm supposed to have another ring with cast speed. So that will help once I get... I'm supposed to have two of these, so I'm supposed to get more cast speed from this. I've only found one so far. And yeah, so we're just missing some things. Some of the items that will help increase damage a little bit. But at a certain point, I might try to switch up the build a little bit and focus more on like using javelins, because it's weird. The way this one is set up right now is that javelins is like one of my main skills, like in my slots, yet I never use it. And I think that, like, I don't know why you would make this a main skill, because like even when I was watching Perry the Pig, who made this build, watching him play, he never used it either. So I don't know when you use it or how you use it, because if it's not in your skill tab, I don't know how you would use it. So like volatile reversal, the only reason I use this really is because it increases cast speed and move speed when you cast it, and it casts some debuff on the enemy as well. I don't know which one it is. Enemies hit by volatile void rifts take increased damage for 4 seconds, so there's that. So it does help with killing bosses if I time it out right. That's the only thing that's annoying about it, is that what was happening when I was fighting Lagon, is that his name? The big tentacle guy? Is that I kept doing void reversal, and then it would put me back into a spot where he would do like his like highest damage ability. Like it was just like the worst timing ever, where like if I did it once and I screwed up the timing, I would just get like instantly killed. So I don't love that being like a ability that I rely on, but okay. It's very well designed. You need to do your prophecies for the increased drop rate. You'll get items you need. Yeah, I do need to do that. I need to go back. I haven't gone to the observatory in forever. I totally forgot that that was even a thing. Javelin can cast smite if turned into a flag. Then if you use spear and do jab at the end automatically. Spear, just so much fun. With Warpath. Okay, interesting. You need to be doing Soulfire Bastion for the belt and rings. That's good to know. Did not know that. It's just for the buff damage to flat damage. Okay. Healing Hands does more damage per each buff. I see. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was wondering, like, I was trying to go through all the javelin skills and see if, like, any of them directly, like, affect the damage of other abilities, and I didn't see anything, but that, like, you know, some of the affixes, or, like, some of the definitions of what something does aren't super clear all the time. And especially if you don't know, like, what damage scales with what damage, it can make it difficult too. What is that one? I haven't seen that one before. It's for Primalist, but that, honestly, Primalist will probably be my next build. It just seems like a fun build, or like, or it's something in that class category. I want to find like a summoning, like animal summoning or something that is good, because I was like, an ability that the druid in Diablo 2 always had. You could summon these animals, but like they never scaled the damage for the animals enough that it could be like your main damage dealing ability. So I always hated that, because like it was such a cool concept to think that you just like have like a bunch of animals, and instead of having like the skeleton minions that a necromancer has, you can have like animals that are your minions. So that would be a fun one if there is a build that is like functional. Because I know one of the skills is Beastmaster. I think that's only the second idol I've ever got. Second unique idol. And it's a small one. 18% more hit damage if you have only one singularity equipped. You cannot deal. That seems interesting. Seems not great, to be honest. Javelin is only good if you take the lunge skill that lets you use Jav automatically at the end of the lunge. That turned into the flag that casts. Yeah, so that, yeah, it's interesting because the other build that I had didn't focus on that. So like, you're talking about this ability, right? You go down there. Where's the one with the lunge though? Is now the first throws down the battle standard and the second causes you to dash the flag. Yeah. And then you throw out this flag and then you get the one that where it casts smite frequency. But the build that I was doing was focusing more down along this line, and you get all these abilities and then you rely on these idols that give you an 8% chance to cast smite on hit. And if you have like, I think you can fit 3 of them or 4 of them in your inventory. So then you get like, I don't know, whatever, 30 something % chance of casting smite. And then you get all the bonus damage from smite as well. But obviously it wasn't working, so that's why I changed. But I do want to mess around. I think there's a way to make Javelin a lot better. But like I said, for my first build, I just wanted to play something that I could enjoy and wasn't super complicated for me. Okay, let us go. We're going to go check out the observatory. Yo, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Seriously, that's awesome. Search Jav in lunge. Oh, it's in, you're saying it's in the lunge ability? Let me see. Final hit near like a spear. Okay, here it is. Lunge's final hit now causes you to use Javelin when using a spear. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never even looked at that before. But that's what's so cool. Like, honestly, yeah, you could build something totally around lunge where it's just proccing these other abilities and you don't even have to cast them directly and you're getting all these benefits out of them. So you're saying you would put lunge instead of this and then use that to be proccing Javelin, and then Javelin is proccing smite and you're getting all these other bonus damage, this bonus damage happening. That's kind of cool. I like that idea. I might try that. I see where you're going now. That makes way more sense to me. Yeah, we might try that because yeah, the bonuses I'm getting from this aren't like significant. And if I have another way of doing single target damage, because this is really just helping me when I'm like doing single target damage, but if I have another way of doing that and getting like a bunch of damage out of it, then it kind of takes away the need for this ability. Because I never use this ability in the sense where you can use it like to reverse time. So like if you're about to die, you just do it real quick and then you go back to like having half health. I never use it like that anyway. So yeah, which I think was like the idea of it originally. Okay, so we need to go to, I guess I can just go like that. Easier. Smite all over the place? Hell yeah. And then Warpath or Rebuke. Let me see. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I would switch up to one of these. Unless I was like totally changing the entire build. But switching this and lunge, that makes sense in my mind, where I could still use like healing hands as my main damage ability, but getting extra damage from the javelin sparks or the javelin procs and the smite procs as well. Yeah, we've gone up quite a bit since last time. I have 52,000 favor. Holy shnikes. So I just need to find the ones that focus on the items that I'm looking for, which is offhand catalyst, belt, ring, and a helmet are really the ones that I need the most. But I don't understand what rune removal? Rune of removal? Why would that be worth a reward? I'm confused by that. Exalted daggers. Don't really care about getting exalted items. They're like all the same. That's annoying. Don't drop reversal. Okay. When fighting a boss, you just stand still. Yeah, that's what I typically do. But then, like I said, sometimes it does get me into trouble. Like if the boss moves, because you kind of get in a rhythm of like how you're casting things. So the boss will move. So I'll dash to the boss or lunge or whatever to the boss. And then I'll just be in like that rhythm of hitting my keys, and then I'll hit reversal, and then it'll drop me right into like his like main damage dealing ability without me even like really noticing. Yeah, we might need to re-roll rewards because none of this stuff seems useful for me. Oh, it only re-rolls one constellation? This one only has 3. Exalted amulets, prayer rings. Yeah, a lot of it is just not. That's probably why I just stopped even worrying about it. Stout, idols. I don't really need idols. Try to take whatever don't have condition to it that is semi-useful at least. Okay. Well, I would think that semi-useful would be... Like, I'm just trying to think of something that if I got it, I could potentially make it into something better. So, like, exalted jewelry is probably decent. Unique jewelry is what we really need. Oh, and we need unique relic. Okay, so here we go. Now we get in a roll. Sometimes you just gotta buy one to get it started. So from... I also need to understand what corruption is too. Tier 3. I'd say getting your reputation up will help you more in the long run to get everything you want. Yeah. Yeah, we're making some decent progress, especially since the last time I've been here, but the more options we have for... Well, yeah. I want to find one where maybe I can get... Does a belt count as armor? Or like, what is in the category of armor? Is it just chest plates? Because it looks like a chest plate, so I'd assume like helms are like helmets are different, like they're their own category probably, right? And like gloves and boots probably are too. Oh, all gear except for relics and rings and amulets. Okay. Stolen Lance timeline. We could do this because we're already going to be doing the Soulfire. Oh, and then some of them just have no condition whatsoever. Death of Diamond Matron. I don't even know who that is, but we'll take that. Yeah, here we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Just spend all of this. Isn't there another way to spend it? Like, I swear that there was like something else you can do. Okay, so this snake down here seems like he's, or like this southern one seems like it's all about whatchamacallits. Why is that one shining brighter? Oh, I guess I still don't have the boots I need either. Monolith by itself is okay condition. Okay, boots and gloves are part of armor. Awesome. Also arena. Okay. Where the prophecies will proc, you might get places like arena that you don't do. Yeah. Yeah, so I was trying to keep an eye on like not getting arena, but I'm not necessarily against doing arena. I haven't done it before. It might be something that I enjoy, but I just know a lot of people don't play arena. So I was trying to make sure I didn't specifically get arena, like, but sometimes the reward outweighs the condition. That's good enough for now. We've made some serious progress. And we're not 30, it's quite a far away, but that increases our legendary potential chance. Twice as likely, so that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one. Okay. I am going to go here, and then we're gonna go over to where we were. Spirits of Fire, I think. Then I am gonna run and use the restroom real quick. Grab a drink. 2 birds, 1 stone. I don't know what I just did. Okay. So I'll be right back. Turn up the music a little bit.
time trying to find the perfect picture in my mind. Golden skies, paradise. When I've had it this whole time, you see through me like a window. Give me the key to the unknown, and finally I'm seeing through your eyes. Chasing the light in the shadows, so out of reach, but you were already here with me. In between the lines, too close to see you're here with me. My imagination, now you're my reality. Now you're my reality. Last machines, heart beating. We have a system in our genes. It controls everything. What we feel and what we need. You see through me like a window. Give me the key to the unknown, and finally I'm seeing through your eyes. Chasing the light in the shadows, so out of reach, but you were already here with me. In between the lines, too close to see you're here with me. My imagination, now you're my reality. Now you're my Some days are different. At least we all agree nobody listens. When we try and speak, and they'll keep taking the parts they want from me. 'Cause everyone here is alone in this city. Wish I saw it coming. I'm tired of running from this place. I'm losing faith, and
Fun for guys' night. I love that.
feel like I am disappearing now.
Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I was expecting. Hey, I just want to do a quick like shout out. Just because it's nice, you know, like it having streams where you have people in here hanging out, talking and helping, like I really do appreciate it. So thank you guys. Shout out to you guys. Okay, let's get to it. Because if we can finish, it'd be nice if we can get to empowered monoliths before I end the stream, but I don't know how long I am gonna be on. Honestly, I got on later than I was planning on just because I ended up having to work later than I thought. Then I got home and was dead. I was like, I'm gonna take a 20-minute nap. That 20-minute nap turned into like an hour and a half, which is never good. Twitch is the anti-social social club. Yes. Yo, shout out Wishlock. Thank you so much for the follow. Seriously, I appreciate that. Yeah, well, that's what's interesting. So here's my experience. Because, so I started streaming. Originally, I started streaming like when COVID happened, just like everybody else in the world, right? Like everybody turned into a streamer when COVID happened. And I was playing Warzone. I hadn't played video games in years, like basically no video games for like 5 or 6 years. And then I started streaming, was doing Warzone, and just didn't really know what I was doing. It was just like, well, if I'm gonna be playing Warzone all the time anyway, I wasn't working because of COVID, and I wasn't really sure what my like plan was, you know? Like I lived in a different state, everything got shut down, my job got shut down, so I basically lost my job, had to move back to my home state, and was kind of just like, well, if I'm gonna be playing games, I might as well be streaming. And then I ended up finding Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I played Diablo 2 when I was a kid, but not like super seriously. I just had a lot of fond memories with Diablo 2. So then I started playing D2R, and I got like super into it. And when I was streaming Warzone for like the first like, I don't know, 6 months that I was streaming, it was like really rare to ever have anyone come into my stream, to have anyone talk in the stream. And then once I started playing Diablo 2 Resurrected, I just realized that like, so I feel like with like the ARPG community, and I'm sure it can be different for each game and everything, but like it's a lot more committed, like people who like love the genre and want to help. That's like one of the biggest things, is people want to help. Whereas like in certain games, people want to see the streamer fail, or like for instance with any FPS game or like competitive, like a battle royale type game, most people don't even like, they either come in there to like talk crap like when you die, or they come in there to say how much better they are than you, or you know, like it's kind of like a negative environment. So a lot of times you don't even want people talking in the stream. But like the ARPG community, and like I've just realized, is a lot of the people are just like awesome people, and they want to help, and they want to show off their builds. They want to say, hey, like, look how cool what I found, or like they'll come in and talk about the items that they ended up getting to drop. So I just feel like overall it's like a better vibe. And I have more fun when I'm playing these games, because I stopped streaming for a while, and then when I came back, I wanted to go back into like more like FPS and battle royale games, and I just was like never having people in the stream. And then when I did, like I said, it was always negative. So it makes it hard for you to have a good time if people just come in to like just be a dick for no reason, you know? So I do appreciate it. It's nice to have a change of pace. And since like I've started playing Last Epoch, it has been a good time where we have people in here and everyone comes in. Like a lot of people have way more experience than me, and so I really do appreciate it. And people will be like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to backseat game. I'm like, no, bro. Any advice is like, you know, I need it, because it takes you a lot longer to learn things on your own with no experience than it does when you have people that are like, have been through it, and they know like, hey, here's some advice, here's what I struggled with. So I'm excited for like the next build that I do, because that's you know, your first build is always kind of, you're just like learning the game, trying to understand the mechanics. Like there's a lot of the mechanics that I've started to like the legendary potential and like how the crafting works and stuff that, you know, even just a week ago, I was like so lost with it. I don't stream, but I get it. Yeah. And it can go both ways. I think there's certain people that I think with streaming a lot of the times, especially if you're streaming in like a competitive game, and like I would say most shooters, like first person shooters or battle royale games are considered competitive games. The people that come in there want to see like the best. And if you're not one of the best, then like you're going to just get a lot of negativity. And to be the best at like a super competitive game, then you have to be playing it nonstop. So for someone, you know, who has a life away from streaming, like I don't make a career or make like a living streaming, and I have a full-time job and stuff like that. So, but playing games like this where you can hop on and then have people like come in and you can play with people. That's the other thing, is just having people to play with. It's easier to find on ARPGs because people is just like, oh yeah, let's get in a group, let's go do this. And with Last Epoch, I haven't seen as many examples of like opportunities to do things with people that make a big difference. Like in Diablo 2, that was such a big part of the game, where you get better item drops and more experience and all these things that are like super valuable. So like going in groups and running these missions was like a big deal. And yeah, so I don't see it as much in this game, but I don't know if it's just content that I haven't got to yet. But it doesn't seem like maybe that's something that they can add, like more content that like encourages you to play with other people. Because that is one thing that I love, like the community aspect of these types of games. Okay, so what's this axe that I found? Tempest Maw. Melee lightning damage, spell lightning damage, totem mana cost. Okay. I wonder if this is the one that Control was showing me from his build. His he had a, I forget what it's called, like a Primalist build, I think. But that seems interesting. I'm running out of space. I need to make another unique stash tab. I need to sort through my my stash is a mess right now too. Okay, I missed some stuff. I knew my build before I even played, before I even got the game. That's insane. That's awesome though. When my friend told me about Last Epoch, they had to say only one word: Warpath Whirlwind. Hell yeah. See, and like Whirlwind is like an ability from Diablo 2. So, and it was like, it was never one of the best abilities, but it's like, there's something about that concept that like, you know, when you're a kid, you just imagine that like, I just get a giant sword and just spin in circles. Like that's how you think, like something inside our like monkey brain thinks that that's like an effective way to kill people. So then when you see those abilities in a game, you're like, oh yeah, that's what I want to do. So I love that was the ability you the skill you tried to go after. Also why I play Paladin, Forge Guard, and Void Knight. Yeah. Still more efficient to farm in groups, especially high corruption monos. Okay, yeah, so that's something else I wanted to ask. What is corruption? Because like, I think after, I've only ever noticed corruption on, so when I was trying to level and I wasn't doing enough damage, this was really with my lightning javelin character, just because it was really hard for me to go up to the next, you know, it's like a five level jump between monoliths in that first part or more, five or 10. And so once I had already finished the monolith and like completed all the quests and I kept going and doing all these other echoes, then I started seeing corruption. But I don't know what it does or why it happens. Groups in the game make things way more easy as monsters gets only to 160 with 2 people. Yeah, 160% more health, right? To change to shield rush, yes. You need to open up empowered. Okay, so I don't know what I was seeing then when I saw corruption. Oh, maybe it was when, like, if you do enough of these echoes, you get to a point where you can reset monolith. And it increases, it literally says it increases its corruption level. So it must just be like a kind of cheat way to do that. You can get corruption before empowered on the unempowered, but it's useless in another level. Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah, so the only thing is with Shield Rush, I don't, like, my build doesn't use a shield. Like, I don't have anything that's going into increased block percentage or whatever, like anything to do with block, because my damage is gonna scale a lot more once I get the offhand catalyst that I need. And it gives me a ton of cast speed too, which will help this like a lot. So yeah, I could in theory throw on a shield right now because this isn't doing an insane amount for me. I would lose the cast speed, but it is helping me generate ward as well. So in theory, I could put on a shield, but I don't know if it's worth it just for shield rush. I'd rather just, I think, stick with the stupid lunge ability that isn't doing anything for me right now. There's a node that you can put a point in to use shield rush without shield. But you probably have to specialize shield rush, right? Or is it in a different category? Do you have to specialize shield rush though? Trying to see if I see one, because sometimes you can tell by the little pictures of what you're doing. No longer requires shield. Okay. And it increases your mana by the mana cost by 30%. Because shield rush does an insane amount of like 50 mana every time you use it. Because that was another thing with when I was using it before. It was not helping with my javelin, because that uses a ton of mana too. By the way, you want at the moment is avoid crit to 100% before empowered. If you go reflect damage build, then you need at least negative 50% crit damage instead. Okay. You can put in the account name to see his build. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Bruja. Where do you put in the account name? Because I'm just in the search tab, but it's not working in build guides. I wonder if oh, authors. Maybe I can just scroll through here. I would highly recommend using a crystal skull offhand with plus base crit. Okay, let me see. Plus Like, so not spell, critical hit, or critical strike chance, something else. Like as one of the affixes, right? Yep, the implicit. Okay, okay. So yeah. Yeah, for now, I think this is working for what I'm trying to get to, but yeah, I just haven't been lucky enough to have, because I can actually put it on the screen real quick. I'll show you the build that I'm basing everything off of right now. And this is Perry the Pig's build, and it's been super solid so far. But there are some things that having these items will like it'll start to improve significantly as I get these items. And so I need this offhand catalyst, which will help with cast speed insanely. Obviously we need to get the legendary like affix and tier 7 ideally, obviously, but like even just the base cast speed that it's going to give you, and then you get the spell critical strike chance, and then the ability where casting a lightning spell grants lightning infusion with a 20-second cooldown, because my fire damage turns into lightning damage and lightning damage turns into fire damage or something. There's like one of the skills that has something like that. So even though the majority of my damage is fire, I am doing lightning damage as well. And then also this belt will help a ton because it increases the fire damage you do and skills per stack of ignite. So yeah, it's increasing your damage once you ignite yourself, and then it increases how long enemies stay ignited. So yeah, that just seems like that's going to be really useful when I get that as well. And then the last thing is probably the boots. But yeah. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things I'm missing right now that are going to help this build a ton. But for my build not having the majority of those things and to still be hitting super solid is a good sign, in my opinion. Okay, now I have to reset this. Okay. Wait one sec. Pause. There we go. Okay. Scale of Atera. Oh, it is. I assume there's got to be something that's super rare. Do you see save load on the same line as equipment? I see save and share. Lets you import the build of a person with the exact items and roles. You can probably do it there as well, but I don't know how. Okay. You're on. Yeah, I was looking at max roll before, but they just don't have as many builds, honestly. And this is where I got the really bad lightning javelin build. So I kind of was trying to stay away because most people were saying that they just use builds from last Epoch tools. But I love max roll. I love the guys there too. They're all awesome. Like a lot of the content that I used to watch on Diablo 2 and like build guides and stuff I got from max roll. So let me see if I can find. It's gonna be in do you know what the name of the build is? Or you just know the author? Do the same. Okay. Do Soulfire Bastion at least tier 3 and you can get the ring in the belt. Yeah. Yeah, so I already have one of the rings, and then so that's what we need to do. I need to just start like target farming to get things, and that's why I appreciate this, because I didn't know that a lot of these places are like specific for those things, you know what I mean? But I was also just trying to kind of power through these monoliths so that I could. But it's probably better for me to get the items, to focus on getting those items before focusing on getting to empowered monoliths. So we'll get through this, and then we'll go to Soulfire. I haven't even tried tier 3 yet, too. We'll see if we can. I'm sure it won't be crazy. So what's up? What's the name of the build on max roll? Or you're saying I need to look up Bruja on max roll? Oh, here, let's see. Let me just get through this, and then I'll see if I can find it. You need to import his characters to see the build with Shield Rush. Okay. Oh, we finished. Holy sh... Yeah, I just need to put in a thing where it only 92% healing effectiveness, though. That's probably better than... We have one of them. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, that's got to be close to max, right? Yeah, 95 is max. Wow. So, hey, we can switch that out. What I need is I need 2 more of these that have both of it, the healing effectiveness and the chance to shred on hit with fire skills. But like the idols, that's, yeah, it's the bane of my existence. You get so many of them, and so few of them are actually like what you're looking for. Like, for instance, we just got this with fire skills but no healing effectiveness, then chance to shred with throwing attacks. Yeah, we have a lot of things we need to do, though. As far as loot filters and looking at builds and... Okay, 43%. Is that higher than the other one? No. What is the max on these? Oh, 76. Yeah, the ranges are crazy on these too. What time do I normally stream? I usually, okay, so for my time, I'm what do you even call this time? Mountain time in America. But like let's just say for Pacific time, because that's easier for people to like generalize. I would usually do like 11 p.m. like 10 or 11 p.m. Pacific time is usually when I start streaming. Sometimes I start earlier. Like if I'm gonna get in like an 8-hour stream, I'll start at like 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. Pacific time. But yeah, it just depends on the day. And usually my streaming schedule is every Friday and Saturday guaranteed, and then sometimes I get in like a Thursday or a Sunday. It just depends on my week because I don't always work Fridays and I don't always work the same hours on Fridays. So sometimes I have Fridays off and then I can stream Thursday nights, and then sometimes I don't. Yeah, so it just kind of changes, but it's almost always Fridays and Saturdays guaranteed. And I will be live by 11 p.m. At the latest. Okay, we're going to the Soulfire Bastion. We're gonna see if we can do tier 3. Wait, where's Soulfire? What era is it in? This one? Oh, I should have sold some of this stuff too. Oh, interesting. So that's how you... Okay. I need to make more categories too. Like, honestly, I should make one tab that's just uniques. Or unique slash set, maybe. Because I don't get a ton of set items. I hate this too, where it sees through the whatever you're doing. So it's like when you're working, when I'm working on the forge, and then it'll like open. Here, let's just throw this in here for now. Oh, I can't do it right now. Oh yeah, when you get this open, when you get that open, and then it's like looking through it to see the stuff behind it and stuff. Like it'll like randomly pick up the stuff in my inventory instead of, yeah. It doesn't prioritize the screen in front sometimes. And that does annoy me. So we're moving keys to category 3. Okay, Soulfire is going to be the key that's on fire. Get the key, right click, and it'll take you... Oh, okay. Hey, that's good advice. I think someone told me that once and I just totally forgot about it. What even is the point, like, of having the different... Does that make, like, a big difference to have the different shields on? Because one's necrotic and one's fire, right? But I feel like you only ever run into the parts of the map that are fire, like, covered in fire, not necrotic. Well, we got another unique helm, just not the unique helm we need. Mainly for the boss. Okay. That makes sense. And for these guys. These guys do a ton of damage. Because it's just constant damage. That's usually like the biggest difference between enemies that can potentially like kill you or not is just whoever does like constant damage. But with this build, it's the survivability is pretty great, so I don't typically have to worry about it too much. Don't need boots. So do you have the highest chance of the unique jewelry dropping from the main boss, right? It's not just like you have a higher chance of it dropping randomly from enemies in here. But usually Pally can tank it. I usually leave it fire, yeah. Yeah, fire just feels more dangerous than necrotic. Oh, what's up, Loki Ninja? Here, I can link you the build. Sorry, I don't have that set up yet for the stream because we just switched to this build, to be honest. But I can send the link in the chat. Hopefully that works. That should work. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Yeah, the other thing is we don't have, I don't have mods in here anymore. We had, like, honestly, I only ever really had one mod. And, but then I was like, for a little while, I was streaming super inconsistently just because I had to move. I had a bunch of other stuff happening in like personal life shit, you know. And so then he just wasn't, you know, he had a life too. And I was like, okay. So that's another thing. I need to get hammered down so that we can be more, come on. Oh. But that is one thing that streamers, like, I honestly, I'm impressed that so many people have like consistent mods in their streams, because it's such like a, like, if you ever ask me, like, and I love streamers, I love streaming, I love the concept of it and everything, but like, it's, you know, it's a very thankless job. It's, I don't know how people do it. And then unless like you're doing it for a big streamer and getting paid a bunch of money, but most people aren't. So I'm always just like impressed that they dedicate that much time to it. Who are you? You have a lot of health, Mr. Sir. Mister? That was a really annoying detour that we had to take. We are generating a decent amount of ward now, and I don't know exactly what it is that caused that to happen. Freeze rate multiplier now. No. I also just need to do more research on like unique items and stuff so I can know which items are like worth picking up, because I'm sure just like every other game there's plenty of like unique items that are just like nobody uses. They just don't really like do anything great, so they're just not like best in slot for any build. That was crazy to get 3 red items. Well, we're getting a ton of... Oh, we're full. Ton of exalted items. It's frustrating because you're like, I don't really want to stop and look at the stats for every one, but you also don't want to leave like a really nice item behind. I will be honest, the way that these, like, I don't even know what you call these, like side dungeons, like not the, like the echoes and the, I can't remember the names of things right now. The monoliths, they have like a good rate of time to complete them. I'm crashing out. It was fun watching you play. Yo, Brownlee. Seriously, thank you so much for hanging out. I do appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for all your help. Yeah, I've had a great time, so thank you. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your night / morning / whatever it is, wherever you are. It's the saying I always use because, you know, you never know where people are at, so. Yo, Loki Ninja, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Seriously, we've had like, yeah, like 5 or 10 new followers tonight. That's crazy. Thank you guys. Oh yes, we got there. We got there. But yeah, what I was saying about this is I just feel like these things are just like unnecessarily time consuming, because it's not like it's like a real challenge a lot of the time. So it's just like, it's like long for no reason, almost, is what it feels like. And you're kind of just wandering around looking for a door the whole time. It's not like you have like a bunch of mini bosses that you're trying to fight through to get there. I guess that first level is mostly fire damage, and then this level is mostly necrotic, because all these guys look necrotic so far. There's a reason in that dungeon to collect currency. You're at 501 yet. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like, yeah, you get the currency, but every time I've done this dungeon before, it's like it never has any of the items that are actually like valuable to me as options to roll for. So it's like you have all this, like I end up just like using a bunch of currency on like melee weapons that I'm never gonna use, or like chest plates or something, you know what I mean? Like there will be like 1 helm chance that you get, and it like if I'm looking for a helm, and I'm not sure, maybe you can save them or use them for something else. I wasn't sure, so I thought you just had to use them all at once and you don't really get a choice. Yeah, but it's gambling. Like I would almost rather have it be like a complete gamble than like a gamble for a chest plate. You get what I mean? Because then that's not really gambling, and like it's the game is deciding which items you can even gamble for. Whereas if it was just like completely random, then I would just be like, oh, then you get what you get. You know what I mean? and there would be like less specification behind what you get, but it would feel like more valuable in my opinion. Three to Smelter's Wrath. That might be a good one to shatter. I don't know why dash wasn't working. It was like it's stuck on the edge of that. You do have to use it all at once, yeah. So like once I get there, I'll kind of explain what my perspective is, or like what I think would just make it so it feels like more valuable to gather the resources, because like you just inherently gather it while you're playing through, and like you can focus on it and go around and try to kill more enemies and save up as much as you can. But then once I did that, I was like, at the end, I didn't end up with one item that I even like remotely was like could use or anything. And you know, yeah, like you said, it is gambling, so there is going to be that no matter what. But I didn't even have a chance to roll like the items I wanted to try to roll. So it's like if I was looking for a relic, and like there's certain items, yeah, like relics and offhand catalyst that just I've never seen one once whenever I've done these dungeons as like an option. And so maybe it just doesn't even roll at all. Like maybe that's just never an option. I can start breaking some of the stuff down. Sometimes I'm just holding on to things for too long. Then I run out of space and I'm like, what am I doing? I want to keep those. Spell damage. This one's weird because I really just want the level of Smelter's Wrath. Not for anything in particular, but just because... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Because it's like it's like a rare roll. Okay, that makes some space. I hope I'm going the right way, because we're so far at the end of this map that if we're not going the right way, we might be in trouble. Yeah, I think we went the wrong way. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be up top somewhere. Because you would assume that it's like not going to be on the same side of wherever you entered. Sometimes they do that to be tricky in these types of games, but usually not. These guys have so much fire res. Or like some... I don't know. Oh, blocks hits from distant enemies, so I just have to get up in their face for that guy. Getting excessive now. I think I have to go straight across. That would be my guess. Like I zigged when I should have zagged. And then it's blocked off again. This ain't it. Yeah, these seem like the dungeons that I should do off stream. They're just too long. And I can't imagine it's any more fun to watch than like just doing echoes. How did it switch to necrotic? Okay, we got a couple chances at something. So really, the boots and the belts are the two things that could be clutch for us. First, I say we look at the boots. Nope, we don't need those. But yeah, we actually just found those recently too. Gloves, 2 dispel minion skills, interesting. So those might be interesting for whoever uses minions. Not for us. And belts. Oh, that's the belt. I found this. That's like the unique item I found the most out of anything. Is that belt. So, you know, not a great return, but hey. These gloves, if they had cast speed. Infernal Shade per active Dread Shade. So yeah, no, it's actually not great. I'm gonna pick them up anyway. Then we have some items that we can just sell for gold that don't take up a lot of space, so that's good. Okay, well, that was one run. Okay, we got just so many uniques now. I need to start like sifting through them, but I don't have that many repeats, honestly. And this armor, 125 armor, 40 mana, 14 strength, 1% increased mana regeneration per 3% uncapped lightning resistance. That's like a really strange item. Oh, it's only a level 15, so it's not great. But yeah, I've never even seen it. So that's interesting. We did get this offhand catalyst that I didn't really take the time to look at. Chance to apply spark charge on hit, 2 lightning damage per spark charge per intelligence. Increase spark charge at explosion area. So this seems like it's really based around one specific ability that I don't have. So Fragment of Enigma is meta offhand for Rune Master. Oh, hell yeah. So since it has that 10% chance to apply a spark charge, that means that you wouldn't necessarily need the ability. You could still apply it technically. But like obviously if 10% isn't super high, so if you were running a class that had that ability, it would be better. Is what I would assume, right? But yeah, it's not like bad items, obviously. I'm not mad about it. It is just, you know, when you're looking for something specific, anything else doesn't feel like what you wanted, but at the same time, you're not going to get what you're looking for. And we've already, like, we started off without the best in slot relic or the best in slot weapon for this build. So we've already made quite a bit of progress. Oh, I just need to throw all this stuff somewhere. Okay, so we could do offhand catalyst. That's an option. But we should do the things that we have the least options for to begin with. So we only have one chance at a belt and only have one chance at a helmet and one chance at boots. Those are all things we need. So we'll start with the belt. Exalted. That isn't really something. You can replace your helm with Calamity. Wait. Here, let me see. You got a helm with reduced channel cost. Maybe. Channel cost only has to do with your mana though, right? Or am I mistaken by that? You can't get Immolator. It only drops from... Okay. Interesting. That makes sense, though. To anything with channel tag. On Helm and only on Sentinel. Okay, so nothing I use has channeling. Because this is the only ability I really use. As far as like damage goes. I think. Maybe I'm mistaken. But here, let's get these guys out of the way. We'll see what we can get. Rare. Then boots. Got the exalted roll on attunement, so at the very least we can shatter those to get the attunement, and then we can do these offhand catalysts and hope for the best. Unique. I don't know what that is, but I don't think we need that. Wait, what is this? Probably for minions or something. Wandering spirits, wandering souls, 8 ward gained. Chance to inflect. Oh, and it's a low level, so yeah, probably not. But we did get an exalted item, so that's nice. Whoa, whoa. Another one, 2 in a row, that's insane. This might actually end up being better than what we have. It probably is. You get increased fire damage. Like quite a bit of increased fire damage. Cast fire aura every 2 seconds while channeling, but I don't do any channeling, I don't think. I don't know. Fortitude to ignite on hit. Disintegrate deals more damage equal to your spell crit chance. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting though. Calamity. Okay, so I need to find the one that it has on this build is Peak of the Mountain, but I can find. Wait, or did you see Calamity? Is that why you're mentioning it? Calamity. No, I know the build's seen a better version. Okay. So I need to keep an eye out for Calamity. Because, yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the names of the majority of these items that I find just because there's so many uniques. Search bar. Yeah, I don't think so. Not yet. It is interesting, you know, any of these games where it has RNG because you just have so many like you end up finding some of like the rarest items that someone else might have been searching for forever that you just like kind of disregard because you don't need it for your build. But then like something that might be like a super low level unique, you just can't get your hands on no matter how often you like farm specifically for it. That was happening to me a lot on D2R. Okay. Well, I might as well waste the rest of this, right? Oh, we could do it on accessories. I could do it, or wait, I don't know. Maybe accessories can't drop from. Maybe the ring can't drop from the guy, but I don't know. It drops in the Black Sun timeline. Okay. Set item. That's interesting. We just got two. What are the odds of that? That can't be super high, right? There's no way. No, ring won't drop there too, only from the boss. Yeah, I assumed as much. The Bear's Fury. The last Bear's Fury. I think I got these last time I was gambling too. Okay, we can get like one more item. I don't even know what. I guess we could just try to get something interesting from amulets. Oh, we can get 2 more amulets. Hey, unique. Oh. That's actually like, especially if it, oh, I'm assuming they probably don't drop with legendary potential, right? From gambling. It's probably not a thing. Because I don't think any of the uniques I got had any legendary potential. But that is like meta for a lot of builds. They do? Okay. Interesting. And technically I could use this for this build just to help, instead of using the experimental on this. If I found like better gloves or something, I wouldn't necessarily need it. I'd rather use something with cast speed because that's like really what I need to focus on for this. But it's interesting. It's always nice when you get something that you've seen that you recognize as like being something that's in builds. Okay. Well, that was, hey, it was semi-successful. We got some cool items that will probably be good for when we build other characters down the road. That's all you can ask for. It's better than like not having those drop, and it wasn't, you know, difficulty wise, it wasn't bad at all. So I feel like we could probably hit tier 4. Can we just go straight back to the beginning? And I don't want to do it again, but I just want to see, like, let's go. Where did it take us from? Why is it saying arena? That's the exit. I'm confused. Do you have to like do something else first? Oh, right click on the key. Oh, but I need to go to somewhere where I can get the key. Which I don't even, I guess any of these places. I need to sell a bunch of stuff too. That's weird. It takes you to a different era once you get out of it. Right click on it. Okay, cool. To teleport. So I just want to see. Okay, so then it goes up to 100. Yeah, so we'd probably because that's like a huge jump, at least in damage and health. It goes up by over double, goes up literally 100%, which is insane. So yeah, I can just leave my key in there for the next time I want to go, right? Just don't have to worry about it. Or will it disappear? Your build can tank that easy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do another one though. It's just, those are like, in my opinion, that's like one of the most boring parts of the game so far. Just because it's like, you're going through the same thing. It's like as if I did like 6 echoes in the length of time it takes, but there's like no enemy diversity or anything. So it's just like I said, it just feels like long for no reason. To sell on, I farmed that for a while. Yeah, so like for me, I think if I want to farm it, it's probably one of the places that's better for me to farm when I'm not streaming, because then like when I can do these echoes and do the monoliths, I can like do it. Takes like, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes or whatever. It takes as long as basically I want it to take, because I can just cruise through there if I want. And then I can like stop and talk about things and like talk about the build, talk about stuff with you guys, and then go and do another echo. Whereas with that, you're like kind of stuck in it for the like 20 minutes that it takes or whatever. If you get lucky, you can cruise through them quicker, but I feel like I always hit the wrong turns. But it's super nice to know that that's where I need to be like focusing my energy for those items, because otherwise I would have just been doing these echoes hoping that I get a random legendary or unique amulet or unique ring or belt or whatever, like all the things that are like the things that I need the most right now. Haste after traversal. It's got some things. Yeah, those bone amulets are like always worth an insane amount of gold too. Oh, I missed that one over here. Wasn't even paying attention. We lost track. Sometimes, you guys ever use the Spotify, like, if you have like a playlist, or even if you find someone else's playlist, sometimes you can do the shuffle where it like is like enhanced shuffle. It adds songs that are like similar to songs that are already on the playlist. And sometimes it hits. It's like you find all this new music that's really awesome. And then sometimes you're just like, what? None of this is even similar to what I was listening to. And that's the kind of night we're at right now. I typically go on song radio if I like a song to find others. Yeah, I do that too. That's like how I end up finding a lot of the songs that are like similar to my game. Is just completely what has happened here. We'll just back out. Yeah, I find a lot of songs doing that too. But the thing is like, I'll try to like construct a playlist that, because what will happen sometimes is if you narrow it down too much, then like it'll get stuck in like a weird subgenre of whatever song you really like that you were listening to. Like sometimes I feel like it's harder for me to find similar music to a specific song, but if I have like 5 songs, it has like a broader options to pick from, so then you can get more that are like similar in general. Because a lot of the EDM songs I listen to are remixes of other songs, and so there's like not a lot of songs that are going to sound similar to a song that was like used to be a country song and then someone remixed it into EDM. And that's where I sometimes run into issues. I find the daily mix are pretty spot on. Oh yeah, I never even checked that, to be honest. I don't even like scroll through anymore because like I listen to a lot of podcasts, but like not even really on Spotify. Like on Spotify, I'm usually just listening to music. I used to listen to a lot of podcasts on Spotify, but I feel like all the recommendations now, like on my screen, everything is just podcasts. Yeah, see, I can't even find my... But you can make it more specific. I only listen to Rogan. He's like my go-to, but the thing about Rogan is that the thing that makes his podcast so great is also the thing that makes it hard to listen to sometimes, like consistently, and having such a big variance in like your guests means that sometimes, like there was like one guy in particular, and like the YouTube comments were hilarious because he was just like the most boring, slow speaking guest of all time. I had it running on 1.5 and it still felt like he was talking so slow. Because some people just aren't, you know, like you could be like the greatest archaeologist in the world, but you've never like talked publicly, like, because that's not part of your job description. So sometimes you just have these people that come on there and you're just like, oh man. But I get caught up in other, yo, Maple Tuna, whoa, yo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I need to figure out, I don't know why my my alerts aren't happening on my OBS, because I used to do Streamlabs and I had everything like perfectly figured out there, and now I switched to just plain OBS, and now like none of my raid alerts or anything happened, and so I don't know what went wrong, what hath gone wrong. But thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? You're on the, I was just talking about you earlier because you have a Void Knight, don't you? Wait, what did you say? No, people with speech impediments. It was good. Hell yeah. Wait, who has a speech impediment? Unless you're talking about Lex Friedman, because he might. I don't know. For podcast. You were talking about a Rogan guest. Oh yeah. Well, it wasn't a speech impediment, to be honest. It was just more so like you know, how do I say this without offending anyone? As you get older, you tend to speak slower, just in general. And so this guy was like, you know, in his 80s or whatever, and whatever topic, I forget what it is, but it was like a really specific topic that was just, yeah, like I said, it's just, I wasn't super interested in it, but it was more so that it was real, like he was speaking so slowly, it was difficult for me to like stay connected to the conversation. You're an ageist. Yes, there we go. What is weird, because there are certain people, you know, like my grandpa, until he was like 93 or something, he was still just like so on top of things and could speak like just like super witty conversations and stuff. But then, like, you know, my other grandpa was like the exact opposite. And it's just, it's RNG. It's life RNG. But yeah, I have, you have a Void Knight, but been enjoying my Shaman lately. Okay. Because I think when I was watching one of your streams sometime this week, or it might have been last weekend. And I remember seeing it and just being like, yeah, this is dope. I like this. It made me, but, you know, I switched up my build since then too, because the electrified javelin was not hitting it. It was not doing the work that I needed it to. So we switched to Divine Bolt, and now this guy is just cruising through basically everything. Just making short work of all the enemies. And he's just like, he's just basically immortal, especially once I get the gear that's gonna like help me generate more ward. It's just gonna be nasty. So does the shaman rely on totems more, or because you know, I'm still learning all the builds. Because I think I want my next one to be something in the Primalist class. But I don't know if Shaman... Is that Sorcerer or Primalist? It's an effect that auto hits lightning bolts. Gathering Storm. That's kind of dope. I like my favorite effect on screen is lightning. In almost any ARPG. And in real life, let's be honest, like lightning is, I think, like one of the coolest forces of nature. Okay, we get some shards. And a whole lot of nothing. Oh yeah, I need to sell some stuff, throw some stuff in the box. We have amulets, mainly because they always have the highest value. That one's probably worth saving. Oh, that's actually decent. Elemental damage over time. Okay. Needs quite a bit of work, but still, it's a ton of fun. Yeah. It is crazy. That's what I have realized a lot about the classes in this game. Like, I've only really messed around with like 2.5 because my leveling class was different than when I was trying to do like the lightning javelin and now this. But it seems like there's just like so many different options and potential, but like there's also a lot of classes that can like make or break it with one item. You know, like you need this one item for it to like, for everything to actually happen. Which is interesting, but it also can mean that like that class will be super frustrating until you just, like, it's almost better to just farm that item first and then make the class versus trying to get by without it. But with all the like different passives and everything, I think that's what I really like, because the way they interact with the main skills is so unique. And I also forgot that I'm supposed to be keeping an eye out for exalted relics to try to do our legendary. But I totally, like, I feel like we've been down 1,000 lanes already this stream of what the focus is and what we're trying to accomplish. Anyway, yo, Maple Tuna, thank you so much. Here, let me do this real quick because some of my commands are coming back. I think it works. Boom, there we go. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night / day / morning / whatever it is, wherever you are. Yeah, thank you. But I appreciate it. Anyone that's in here that was here before the raid, go check out Maple Tuna. Give him a follow. He's awesome. He plays hardcore. It's insane. I don't know how anyone does that because I have enough anxiety as it is. But have a good one. Thank you. Seriously. I swear hardcore players are just a different breed. Oh, here we go. This is getting into the deep levels of EDM. That was like one of my favorite things when I first started playing, because you know how early on you run into the teleporting bears. That was just like such like a cool like concept, like a cool enemy to run into. This is a song that sounds like it should be on my workout playlist, not on my like chill hanging out playlist. Those are both insane. I guess we could destroy them, shatter them. This one's a banger. We got all of our elemental damage over time. That's awesome. Let's see if we get pretty close. That was actually pretty good. Like a bullet train. Okay, where are we trying to go?
Moving like the speed of sound. We can keep on.
That was enough of a break, I think, for the mentally.
Can't stay in one
I think I can handle it.
keep moving like
Because our best bet really is just going to be farming the
a bullet train.
these places. What do we even call these? Just dungeons?
Like a bullet train.
Because I feel like I can do 30 echoes without having one item drop that's like interesting. But at least with this, odds are there's going to be a couple items that are useful or interesting. We're gonna try it, I guess. Why isn't that switching?
Cause I can't stop time. You keep blurring in my mind. Spaces
So far, so good.
these tracks left behind. You can't stay the same. Can't stop this train. I can't find the on this book.
There's really just a couple of enemies. Not that I'm necessarily worried about like damage wise, but that I'm just worried about like the amount of time it's gonna take to kill them. Like this guy, for instance. For instance, how long it's gonna take to kill him. But at least we got a... That's interesting. I don't get those very often, where you get the exalted item with the experimental affix. There are very few things that I love more than just randomly blocking off. Yeah, these are the guys that are going to take forever. High fire damage, high fire resistance. Love when they roll up, getting ready to just ruin my night. Someone's a twin at half health. Did his twin go all the way down there, or did I kill them both already? Jeez. That is one thing. Doing these ones, you're just like, there's so many things dropping. Like, I feel like you get like 5 times the exalted items that you get from doing just regular other content. We've already had 3 keys drop too. Or 2, I don't know. Can't remember. Does it say somewhere on your screen where you, how many of these orbs you have? Okay, I need to go over to that guy. I'm just... am I really stuck? Are you kidding me? Oh, there we go. Hey, that was lucky. We already had it crash once. I was like, oh god, thanks. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is our first attempt at a level 100 dungeon, though. And to be at 85. But the way this class is built is kind of broken, to be honest. What was that modifier? 100% more damage and 100% more health? I didn't even read it. If that's the case. This is gonna be a good time. How do I have 15 20k ward? So I have here, I'll show you a couple things before I run into enemies. One thing about this build is that you generate ward based on your increased what is it called? Increased healing effectiveness. And then to cast my divine bolts, I need to be losing health. So I have these gloves with this, like I'm gonna get better gloves at some point, but I have these gloves with the 7% of current health loss per second, and then you gain that health as a ward as well. So it kind of like multiplicative. So I'm gaining ward from that, and then also stacking ward with healing effectiveness and with just my ability. And I have a couple other things that help with like gaining ward, just random items, but that's the main thing. Yeah, it's super strong. Honestly, I'm like I said, I shouldn't be able to do a level 100 dungeon, but like I just don't really take any damage because you're just constantly generating ward. And so like, but there's a couple sentinel builds that are like best in the game for that ability to generate ward, because there's also this other skill inside healing hands that you can go into where you get this and then you're generating even more ward per 10% of healing effectiveness. So then you're just getting like, you can stack ward. There's people that are getting like 60,000 to 100,000 ward on their builds. And this one's kind of like a hybrid version of that. Yeah. Like I said, the damage isn't great right now, to be honest, but if I was like in stuff that's like closer to my level, like when I'm doing level 90 echoes, I am clearing them like pretty quickly. But in here, when I'm like fighting anyone that's higher level than me, it's, yeah, I just start losing damage pretty quick. And once I get better, like a lot of the gear that is recommended for this class is like what scales your damage a lot. And so once I get some of those items, it's gonna help me. Oh, see right there, I got pretty close to dying. Because sometimes you just have to cast even when you're not fighting so that you start building up ward and health again. So it's like one of those, it's a weird build because like you won't die if you're playing actively, but if you like look away for like 2 seconds or you're not like attacking, then you'll die super quickly. I'm pumping like 500k DPS, oh yeah. Pure glass cannon. What build are you running right now? Also, just for reference, this is my first character that I've built in this game, so I am not going to pretend to know more than I know. And if anything that I say sounds wrong, it probably is, so feel free to let me know, because I'm still learning a lot of the mechanics, especially like with like itemization and like how the damage is scaling and how like some of the skills and the passives work together. Because it's a lot different. I was a Diablo 2 player, so the way that Diablo 2 worked was so different than this game. But also, you know, it does have quite a few similarities as well. Fireball build for Mage Sorcerer. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple, like I've actually found a couple items that seem like they would be cool for that build, but I don't know, like I haven't looked one up yet to see if, like what the recommended items are. But my biggest thing for this build right now is I need to increase the cast speed, because once I get my cast speed up, I'm just going to be Like my damage and my ward will just go up considerably. Oh, yep, there we go. I was just taking on too many guys at once. And it was just bad timing. I was literally trying to lunge at that guy so I could get out of the way of the other, whatever those nerds are called, the rolling caterpillar dudes. Yeah, cast speed is going to make a huge difference. I'm doing no idea what I'm doing, to be honest. Just grind a few times a week. Oh, hell yeah. I love that. Yeah, I'm at the same point where it's like when I have free time, I hop on, but like, you know, free time, it starts getting harder and harder to come by. Yeah, but if I can boost my... So, like, there's a couple items that are going to really help with cast speed for this build. And one of them is my offhand catalyst. Because right now, we have, like, 12% increased cast speed, which is decent. But it should go up to, like... Ideally, it'll go up to, like, 50% increased cast speed. And then... Not ideally, it'll go up to like 30% increased cast speed. So just by getting one item, that could help a ton. And then, you know, I need a better helm. I don't think that helps with cast speed, but there's a couple things. But we're just trying. And that was my first time trying a level 100 dungeon. I just thought, why not? Turns out I think I could do it if I'm playing more cautious. It's just like that's what's annoying about this build is you get way too confident and comfortable because you can like ease through so much of the content that like you start playing stupid and then yeah, then it's just like you can just die all of a sudden. When if there was like a chance of me dying more often, I would play more cautiously. But like now, for instance, I know what to expect. And I know that I do need to be paying more attention. But like even that, just this fire damage that it does right here is insane. My build is wild. Yeah, I just got it from last Epoch planner or last Epoch tools build planner. There's a content creator, Perry the Pig, that came up with this build, so I don't take credit for it. But I've enjoyed it so far. And it's way better than the build that I was trying to make from before. Yeah, if you want, like I'm free. I'm kind of just going through doing whatever right now, so if you have time and are willing to help me out, I am super down. Let me see how I show you. If you want to add my account name, it's just Ricky Ransom, no space. I haven't read any guides, I just YOLO. I love that too. That's like, I think a lot of people consider that the best way to like play games in general. And for me, I'm like, part of it is that I want to feel like I'm making progress. or like feel like I don't know what it is exactly, but just not having as much time. Like when I was playing Diablo 2 and getting used to Diablo 2, I had a lot more time, like free time. And so with this, it was like, I'd rather just like follow a build to the T to start. And then after that, once I like start kind of understanding the mechanics better and all that, then try to like mess around with just doing it on my own. So I have a lot of respect for people who are just like, hey, go for it, YOLO. Can you come in here, or is there like a weird restriction? I don't even know how. I've only ever done, I don't think I've ever done one of these dungeons with a teammate. I think I've only ever done echoes with people. Echoes in campaign. Oh, you can't join after it started? I guess I should have predicted that. So many exalted items that I can't even like take the time to go through. Once I get off stream, I'm like adjusting my loot filters and everything because I just feel like a lot of it is not optimized for the point in the game that I'm at. I tank everything, you'll kill everything. I love it. The thing is like, especially like if I just get up in their grill, because like it does direct damage and does like the divine bolt, like fire damage. So it's like if I get right up in their grill, the damage I do is decent, but like if I'm even like 10 feet away from them, all of a sudden it just drops off so quickly. And I need to keep my sigils up. I always forget about like refreshing those. I did read that right last time. It is 100%. Okay, I'm gonna try to cruise through this. So we can get it joined up. Boom. There's so many. Like, look. It's almost too many item drops. I also hate that it automatically switches to that when you go to different levels. Because I don't really have to worry about necrotic damage killing me, but fire damage will get ya. Or it will get me. Some mayhem in here. Absolute mayhem. We love the roadblocks. One of our favorite aspects. Another. Wait, can I get across that? Oh, that's deceptive. Okay. Can you let me in there before before this guy kills me? You're just eating all that damage. Yeah, the ward is insane. Are you converting damage to ward or... So it converts health, not health regen, but health, what is that called? Why can't I ever remember it? Healing effectiveness. I don't think it converts damage, but I don't know. I haven't like gone through every specific passive to see if that's part of it. Cause like I said, when I first, I was working on a totally different build and I was just like not doing any damage and I was just dying super easily. So I kind of just found this build and have been trying to follow it to the T so that I can have like, cause I wanted to be able to like farm some gear and not worry about that as much. So it's not like the most innovative way to play the game, but hopefully we don't only get the one ring. That's crazy. Is it the one we need at least though? It is. Okay, sweet. Oh yeah, so that's another one, is you get 17% chance to gain ward when you get ignited. And then I have another item that I'm supposed to get that like constantly ignites you every time you cast a spell. So my ward is gonna like go up even like way crazier once I get that. Is it my belt that ignites me? Yeah, you have a 50% to 100% chance to ignite yourself when you use a fire or necrotic spell. So yeah, it'll just, and then it keeps stacking on top of itself. Ignite stacks on top of itself up to 40. And so you're gaining damage from the stack and then gaining ward from being ignited, and it's just multiplicative. So my ward is gonna go up to like 50k, 100k, something like that. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know it was a thing, but then I looked it up and like everyone was like, yeah, Sentinel. So it's something in the game that apparently isn't functioning exactly how they intended it to, like the way that ward is multiplying off of other abilities. So everyone thinks that they're going to end up nerfing it a ton once they like have an update. Like people are kind of just like, hey, this is broken, so use it while you can, because they're probably going to nerf it. So who knows how long it'll still be a thing, but at least for this season, I think it'll stay a thing. They'll probably nerf it at the beginning of next season, if I had to guess. Unfair, yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see once they switch it up, like how much they nerf your ward gain, because it'll make like a class like this unusable if you can't generate enough ward. Or you'll just have to like switch up a lot of your like the stats that you prioritize. Because then you'll have to put way more priority on like health, like not constantly losing health and stacking more health. But yeah, right now, like it's obviously not like a super damage dealing ability. It really just relies on the fact that it's almost impossible to kill you. Ooh, that is actually pretty awesome. We got Necrotic to roll on increased cast speed. Or, what am I thinking of? What is this called? Not Necrotic. What is this class of Exalted? That's what I was trying to think of. I'm losing it. So we actually need this. Especially when we try to make our... when we get our unique offhand catalyst. Okay, we're just gonna use up all of our gambling. I skipped like a whole level, so we don't even have that many points, but that doesn't make sense. And none of that can drop from us. So... oh, we could try boots. Not today. When is next season? Do I lose all my gear? If it's anything like Diablo 2, I don't know for sure with this game, but typically what it is like you have your shared stash. So there will be like a way that you can transfer all your stuff into Legacy. Cause like right now, you know, there's the seasonal, I don't know what they call it in this game, but like you have like your seasonal characters and your not seasonal characters. And so it'll just transfer all your stuff from your seasonal characters to your not seasonal, but it'll be like, for instance, like, yeah, with your stash in this game, I don't know how it'll work on that, to be honest. Because your stash is so much bigger, you probably will just like be able to transfer all your items. Like it might just auto transfer everything. But I guess it just depends on how much space. Yeah, I don't know. This is only the first season of the game, so nobody really knows how they're going to do that stuff until we get to season 2. Okay, we can go to another one. Yo, Tony Hufflepuff. Love it, the name. And thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Seriously, it means a lot. Tony Hufflepuff. I don't know why that just caught me off guard. Gave me some giggles. How are you doing today, tonight, whatever? I guess, yeah, it's already 5 in the morning. Shit. At least my time. What build do you play Last Epoch? And if so, what build, what are you running with right now? Trying to get ideas, you know. I haven't, like, this is my first character, but I'm already like on the precipice of trying to get another one going. So I'm trying to get ideas for what I want the next one to be. Okay, so do you have to come to me, Miss Joystick, before I like put the key in, or how does it work with? Yo, thank you so much for the follow too, Joystick. Seriously, I appreciate it. This stream has been insane for me so far. Like we have, yeah, just like, I don't know, probably 10 to 20 new followers, which is crazy for me. So I really do appreciate you guys. We've been having a good time. Back. What's up, Hexy? Okay, here, now we can throw the key in. We're doing level 100 dungeons now. So we have leveled up officially. We're chilling, honestly. I'm like, we just got another ring that we needed for the build. So that's awesome. And then, yeah, I'm just trying to get the belt. So right now I'm trying to get the belt, the helmet, the offhand. Those are like my main concerns. We're not, like, since we're at level 100 right now, we're not doing a ton of damage, but we're surviving pretty well. I did die once, but overall, as long as I like am actually paying attention a little bit, it's pretty easy for me to stay alive. But if I get like distracted or just am not paying attention which enemies are attacking me, then your health can get away from you pretty quick when you're like playing. When you're doing level 100 dungeons at level 86. And it's whenever my ward switches too that it catches me. Because I always have it set on the fire one and then, ooh, that's interesting. +3 to lunge. That's the only downside to this build. You have to pay attention. Yeah, you have to. It's like weird because it's like part of the build is super brainless because you don't really have to aim super specifically. Like I can just sit here and spam this and then like the divine bolts are going everywhere. But then the other part of it is you have to pay a ton of attention because if you're not attacking and if you're not keeping your like wards and your buffs up, then you can die really quickly. So it's like it's an interesting combination of two different play styles that are like kind of polar opposites. But it's like, I like this build, and this is what I actually heard when I watched the video from Perry the Pig when he was showing off the build, is that he was like, it's nice for me as a, I think he used the actual term, as a brain dead streamer, so that I don't have to focus so much on the game and I can like interact with chat and stuff. And so that is actually super useful when you're streaming because it doesn't seem like it requires that much effort to, you know, stream in general. But like, if you want to keep a conversation going and you want to keep it at least a little bit entertaining, and I try my best to do those things. I don't always succeed, but I do try. Then you need to be able to like not have to constantly be focusing. Some people, like, it blows me away when I watch like hardcore players or people who are playing like, you know, games that just require a ton of brain power and yet they're still like, they're just ability to multitask, which I wasn't blessed with that same ability, but like I said, I try my best. The biggest threat is unstable servers. That's another thing. Yes, unstable servers. Mainly for hardcore. Like that was, I think, whenever I did play hardcore on Diablo 2, I never played online. I only did it offline because I couldn't handle online. Like when you just like start lagging, and then there would be like occasions where the server, like you would disconnect from the server, but it would keep your character in the game. And so then a server disconnect just turned into your character dying because your character's in the game, and so then monsters come and just start attacking it. But like on your screen, it shows you disconnected, that you're in the main menu and you're just waiting to try to connect again. So it was really frustrating. I am still in the whatever it's called, COF. Circle of Fortune. I guess like honestly I could probably switch at any point, but joystick, did you get it? What happened? He might have disconnected. He was with me at the beginning and then he just paused. So I thought he was like grabbing a drink or something. But then as I've continued, we lost each other. We're doing all right though, honestly. It's just like the amount of time it takes because of our lack of damage. So to kill certain enemies takes a little extra time, but especially when you go to the next stage, like right now, where we just get all the monsters have 100% more health than they already had. But if we just cruise through this area, like if we get lucky, last time we got super lucky. What are you guys doing over here? Just having a little spirit party? Without me? Oh shit. Were you here? I actually ended up finding one, but yeah, mine doesn't have any I don't think, or no, it might, I might have legendary potential. I don't know. We'll look at it in just one sec. But I appreciate it. That's awesome. Yeah, I got super lucky. We found one. I don't even know what we were doing. Oh, it was because when I can't remember the name right now, but they were in the stream earlier and they were like, if you kill the guys inside the prisons, the rune prisons, he's like, they have like a high chance of dropping it. And so I just like focused on that in all my echoes, and I ended up getting lucky and it just dropped. So I was like, eh, heck yeah, we'll take that. It is just nonstop. Like, look at all this. That is like #1 priority once I get off is adjust the loot filter, because we are just, there's too much showing up right now. I also got a wand with 154% fire damage. Hell yeah. Not sure if I can trade it to you since you're in COF. Yeah, I don't think the only way you can trade is by doing the resonance thing, I think, and I have no idea how that works. So, and I don't even know if it's a trade. I think it's gifting items. Like, for instance, here, let me show you. Where did I see that earlier? Is it just when you go in your inventory, I think? So like gifting, but then you need resonance to gift items or trade them. I like I said, I don't know. The amount of information that I have been, like, honestly blessed, super blessed, because we've had a ton of people in here helping me, teaching me a bunch of stuff about like mechanics and where to farm items and all that stuff. But like the amount of information that I have received today, like my brain, I don't know if I can actually handle, like, I don't know if there's any more information to be absorbed. Like, I think my brain will just straight up reset. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. It's only for playing with friends. Yo, wait, why be careful with, make sure to get the one with lightning and cold infusion. That's weird. Wait. Scales of a Terra. Oh, so what's the other one? I didn't even realize that there were different roles that you could get on it. But Mitch, even if you use whatever that stuff is called, resonance, that's only for playing with friends. But like if you're playing with someone, they like if one of your friends in the game, they can trade you items, right? Or gift you items. You just have to be friends. If you get the one with fire infusion, you'll overheat. Oh, okay. That is actually a really good heads up. I think I'm just hoping that whatever one I find has the right roles, but you know, we don't always get what we want. I had no idea that it could even roll the fire infusion though. Okay. I think only when you're doing, yeah, so you just have to, do stuff together to earn the resonance. This is what I understand it, but I haven't ever done it. But one of my friends was trying to get me to, get resonance so we could trade, he wanted to give me a spear. But yeah, it seems like once you get resonance though, as long as you're friends, you can just gift or trade any item, essentially. Turns out doing level 100 dungeons is like a really good way to level though. I think I've got 3 levels in 2 Soulfire Bastion runs. It's not great. I got spoiled that one time, but it does have 1 legendary potential, so that's decent. And then we got a 2-handed. Oh, that thing looks dope. %100 chance to ignite yourself. Oh, I totally read that wrong. I thought it said to ignite yourself. Like, I thought it was implying that you have 100% chance to ignite yourself until you die. Which, yeah. It was just the way my brain saw it. And that would have been hilarious. Yeah, that was something I overlooked, so I was overheating. Oh, that's super annoying. I just looked it up. I don't think different factions can trade. No, they can't. Well, like I said, I think the only way you can, it's not trading, it's gifting items. And the only way you can do that is if, for instance, me and you were playing together and we were doing a bunch of echoes and doing other stuff in the game, you'll randomly have this resonance drop, and then what you can use that resonance to gift an item to whoever's your friend and in your party. But that's the only way, other than if I was in your in the other faction. That's what my friend explained to me. So that's what like the way that I've viewed it without having a ton of experience. Yeah, you're good. But yeah, don't worry about it. Like for now I'm chilling, and I'm sure whatever items will drop at some point, you know. I'm not crazy about it. Like last time I had an item that I really wanted to, that my homie was trying to get to gift to me with resonance, and then the next day I played without him and ended up finding it. I was like, oh shit. Oh, we got a unique belt. I think they said that the unique belt, you can't get it from gambling though. But this one's interesting. Not really. Level 14. I feel like they're all super low level uniques in this gambling. Just not getting blessed on that. Yeah, they didn't even have any offhand catalyst items. I don't know. Could do, I don't know. Might as well just get whatever, right? A lot of exalted. And rare. Yeah, we just didn't have luck this time. We did have pretty good luck last time when it came to unique items though. You can almost target farm everything with enough time. Yeah, I'm just starting to learn that that was even possible. I didn't understand that there was like for instance, the Soulfire Bastion is like you have higher odds of like I don't know if it's all jewelry, but I know for sure like rings to drop there, like unique rings. And then like where he was like, hey, for this item, make sure you always kill the mage in the rune prison. And I was like, okay. And then we ended up finding it too, so that's cool. I like the concept of being able to target farm. I don't love it where it's like you have to, this is the only place that something can drop, but I like where there's like higher odds for a specific item to drop at a specific place, so that you can kind of like math it out a little bit, because it's going to be a while before we actually get like percentages of drop rates for items, just because it takes so much time, people just like farming items over and over and over again and keeping track of all the numbers. Okay, do we max that one out? Increase spell crit chance. What does this one do? Resistances with attunement. We have 3 points, so we could could just get this one out of the way. I feel like I should put at least one in here. Hopefully get more crits. Oh man, I didn't even realize. Okay. Okay, we'll do like a couple more. Like we'll just do it like an echo or two, cause yeah, it's getting late / early, you know? It's almost 6 a.m. where I'm at. And when I got on, I ended up getting on later than I wanted. I wanted to get on so I could like hit at least 8 hours, but then I ended up having to work longer than I was anticipating, and yeah, just wasn't able to. So I was like, oh, I'll just hop on for like 4 hours. Then I thought it was like 2 to 4, but then I've been having a blast. So, you know, how can you leave when you're having a good time, right? And I've learned more about this game in the last 6 hours than I ever had any idea about beforehand. Samoan! What's up, brother? It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. How do I get... Do I have to go do an echo before the... before I can get rid of this shit? I think I do. What is our closest path to more experienced homes? Oh, we'll just go this way. We'll hope for the best. How goes the grind on last Epoch? I played this for like a week. Just isn't the same. Yeah, it definitely isn't the same. Honestly, I played it for like probably a week too. When like things, you know, when I feel like there was just like a time period where in D2R, like there was like a shift and a bunch of people started like trying out different games. And I remember I tried this out too. And when I first played it, I was like, yeah, it just was too different and I didn't love it. And I just couldn't get into it. And then I didn't play any ARPGs for like, I don't know, 6 months. And then I gave it another chance, and honestly, once you get through the campaign, like once you get to the point where you can just like have a build that you enjoy and you like start to understand kind of how all the stats work and the itemization, it is really fun. But honestly, my biggest thing is I played the PTR for Diablo 4. That's what actually brought me back to this game. Is I played the PTR for Diablo 4 and I was super excited because like all the changes they're making for season 4 of Diablo 4 are like gonna make the game 1,000 times better. And then once the PTR ended, I didn't want to go back to playing the old version of Diablo 4, but I was like obsessed. And so I was like, well, I'll give Last Epoch another try. And I hopped on here and I ended up like being like, oh, this is like as good as what I'm hoping season 4 of Diablo 4 is gonna be. And so then I just have kind of been playing non-stop since then. And I'm really enjoying it. But I am going to be, like, when Season 4 of Diablo 4 comes out, I am going to be playing that for sure. We're at least getting a character to level 100 to just see if all the changes are actually as good as they seemed. It's an okay filler between season resets. Yeah, like I said, and I've really enjoyed it. Like I did not, when I first started playing it, I wasn't anticipating that I would be like, want to play it for long term, but like now it's a game that is like for sure in my rotation and potentially like a main style type game. So. But how have you been? How goes life? Like I said, it's been forever, dude. It's been crazy. Do you still get on D2R at all, or what games are you messing around with lately? Okay. I don't know why I picked that up. Sometimes I just feel like oh, it might have been when I was gambling.
Into my chest.
19% chance to gain 2 ward per ignite and damned on the target and 30 ward per ignite and damned on you. So you get ward for igniting targets, but also when you ignite yourself. So either way, you're getting bonus ward. And then cast speed, we're getting 10% ward retention. Doesn't matter as much. Cast speed and that first stat are really the biggest ones. But we got those, so that's good. I've been grinding Fallout New Vegas. Hell yeah. I need to check out Fallout New Vegas. I've honestly, this is like, I guess it's kind of a sad thing to say, but I've never played a Fallout game. Oh man, I just knocked my desk. So yeah, I definitely need to get on that. Cause like with the new series out and everything, everyone keeps talking about it. And one of my best friends when we were in like high school, cause Fallout New Vegas has been out for a long time, right? But I remember it was a game that they were like, they could not stop playing. Like it was like just like an obsession. Like they didn't want to play anything else. Like we used to play COD together and stuff, and they were like, no, I'm going, like they would like leave hanging out early to go play New Vegas. But it can't seem to stop crashing. Oh damn, that's crazy. Oh, sorry, Hexy. You said you're back. Okay, no takers on my mad. Yeah, you're good, bro. We're chilling. And I'm about to hop off anyway. I just wanted to do a last echo, and then Simone came in, and I wanted to catch up. But yeah, I need to try it for sure. I just want to see when it came out. Didn't they make a second one too, right? Or maybe it was just like a DLC or something. You bought New Vegas 3 and 4? Cause wasn't New Vegas like a kind of like totally different thing from the other Fallouts? So 2010, it looks like. Yeah, it seems like a game that I'd probably like. New Vegas was different. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I feel like I remember people either loved New Vegas or like if they were big Fallout fans, they hated New Vegas because it wasn't like the other Fallouts. That is crazy. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check them out one of these days. Once I have just like, honestly, if I ever see on Steam that they go for sale, I'm just gonna buy them all. They might actually be on sale, right? But they're having like, I remember seeing a Microsoft, oh, but it might be Microsoft or Xbox Game Studios is what it is. Because if it was a Microsoft games, I think Bethesda is owned by Microsoft, so. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna hop off. Oh, but I want to say, honestly, seriously, they're all good games. I paid like 20 bucks. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. That's the best time to get those types of games. Like older games, when they go on sale and you can get them and you can justify it and you're just like, yeah, it's 20 bucks. Then you end up playing it and you're like, oh shit, this is amazing. Way worth, like, even more. But yeah, I want to say thank you so much to anybody that came in the stream because it has been a banger of a stream. Seriously, it's been incredible, and I'm super blessed to have people coming in here and hanging out. And we had like, I don't know, 10, 20 new followers, so that was insane. And I just am super grateful for people who are willing to take time out of their day to come hang out and to give me a bunch of advice and help me out, help me learn the game. So I do really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. We're gonna go and we're gonna spread the love, you know, because we got raided and we're gonna have to raid someone else. And so stick around if you would like, and we'll find someone. I usually am pretty particular about who I will raid. But yeah, so we'll go in there, show them some love. You know how it goes. But I do, like I said, I just appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night / day / morning / wherever, whatever it is, wherever you are. And I will see you guys. I will be back on later tonight, technically, since we're already in a new day. But yeah, I'll be back on later tonight if you want to come stop by. If not, I appreciate the time. We got to hang out together. So thank you guys so much. I will see you soon. Peace. Thank you, Hexy. Thanks, Samoan. You guys have a wonderful night. Peace.